What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back. Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. All right, check it out, man. It's the power of the mind. Sunday, y'all. Clock. Perspective, but this is why we have these discussions. Also, I decided to take a walk again to start this live since StreamYard opened that capability up. Well, what's up, everybody? Let's see who we got in the house. Take this thing off. Give me a second, guys. I'm still learning how to work this. Still learning. Oh, yeah. Forgot to put that. Oh, there it is. All right, there we go. Boy, everybody in this neighborhood wants to mow the lawn this week. So, to the comment section. Anyway, so guys, look. I've taken notice that certain LDBC channels, and you know, this at no. Good morning, Monkey Kung Fu, Poker Face. What's up with you, man? Yeah, I'm good, man. So this is at no means me bashing the LDBC. And for anybody who would like to share a thought today, click the link so you can share a thought. But I just ask that you share your thought and step back down so everybody can, get a chance. If you want to click the link, it's on you. But anyway, this is at no means to bash or to speak down upon or say anything bad toward the LDBC or the community, but it is to address a certain issue, something that I feel is somewhat of a contradiction. And, I just felt like I think it needed to be addressed because certain things happen within the YTBC. And the LDBC and their channels affiliated were responsible for a lot of these things. So first, I want to talk about, let me see, John in the building. What's good, Jack Kyle, Brown gone one. So first, my whole thing is I'm noticing a trend, and it's multiple channels where they're backing off of even talking about boxing at all, because boxing is, a sport and there's more important things that they have to deal with. And there's no need to talk about boxing at all. So they're deciding to take a new direction. And again, I'm not bashing any group or community. And I will say this, much respect to all of those guys that decide to use their platform to speak about social injustices right now, because that's a huge issue. That's a huge issue, and people need to be heard. And if you have, it needs to be talked about, people need to hear it. So if you have a platform where there's thousands of people that potentially listens and you're spreading the right messages, so, much respect and shout out to those guys. And I wouldn't speak against those type of things. But with that being said, there's still certain contradictions that I would like to address that's involved with this newfound movement or, so-called righteousness, shall I say. And the thing is this, if you're moving and speaking out now, but toward racial differences, social injustices, and so forth, if this is what, you know, this is the reason you say you're just leaving boxing alone altogether and dealing with this issue. I'm only noticing that these channels are doing this at a time when their group is having quite a bit of issues amongst their own group. Like, it's breaking down, and there's no secret that particular group has been going down. It's no secret that a lot of the narratives that's been pushed around the YTBC, and you guys push these narratives, it's no secret that a lot of those things are being exposed as foolishness, as the foolishness it was when you guys were pushing these narratives. Also, that doesn't really even clear up the contradiction that I wish to address, because the contradiction is actually important because it's relevant to the movement that they're saying that they're leaving boxing for. Now, here's the situation. Now, you guys are saying that you want to attack this racial issue, but while you were in boxing, every one of these narratives that I'm speaking of that's being exposed now were racially charged when you guys pushed them. You were a part of the racial differences and divide in this country. You were a part of spreading throughout this community with your hundreds of thousands of subscribers, because at the same time, I give you respect for bringing awareness to these issues to those hundreds of thousands of people. You were also spreading the same poison throughout the YTBC community. And now you want to get on this super righteous push to say, oh, I'm not talking about or talking to that community that I spread this same racial poison throughout. I'm not going to talk to them now because I want to address the same issues that you were a part of. Now, what I'm saying is, am I wrong to think this way? And guys, this is about boxing because it's about our sport and our community, and the fact that they had the largest voice in this community, and you decided to push racially charged narratives throughout this community. Now, all of a sudden, you're super righteous and you want to attack the same poison that you were spewing throughout this community. So I'm calling the contradiction on it, is what I'm saying. I'm not calling what you're doing, using your platform to spread this message. I wouldn't dare call that out because I can do nothing but respect that. Whether you're morally or ethically consistent or not, you're still attacking a problem and you're speaking on an issue that needs to be addressed. And I don't give a damn where it comes from when it comes to that. I really don't care where it comes from. If you're attacking that message and you're getting that heard to hundreds of thousands of people, I can do nothing but respect that. But I can, at the same time, call you out on your foolery. And the mindset, because remember, this is power of the mind. When you spread these poisons and these racially charged narratives, the mindset of the people that you affect when you do this. See? And this is what these guys have done. This is what these guys have done. Hundreds of thousands upon videos, racially charged narratives, right? And now all of a sudden, as I respect you, that's all the accolades or praise that I can give you for what you're doing, because I find it quite contradictory. And that's what today's discussion is about. Generally, it doesn't take that long for me to get it out, but like, I was really feeling some kind of way about this, you know? And I just want to know if you guys see where I'm coming from with this. Does that make sense? I'm pretty sure we're going to have some people. I think Smoke is a part of them, and maybe he'll have some things to say. If I don't know, Smoke might be tired. He was up with Punch Drunk boxing all night. But I hope we do get some guys from the LDBC in here to kind of speak up and give a little perspective or, a voice from their side, because I'm pretty sure there's more factors to it. But the way I look at it, I see a lot of contradiction in that. I see a lot of contradiction and foolery, because if you have become super righteous, here's another thing. Now, what I want to add to this is, what's up? Let me give some shout outs too, guys. I'm sorry. I just started rambling on. And sometimes I get into these things, but let me shout my peoples out before I even start that. So again, Monkey Kung Fu first in the building. I was breaking up. Okay, now I'm good. Yeah, I left my Wi-Fi, so you know how that is, taking a walk and everything. Thanks, Monkey. J. Kyle, Brown Gone One, bad shit crazy in the building. Boxing Blood, what's good with you, John? Cat, what's up with your sis? Lisa Bales, Queen Lisa. I got two of the ladies in the house. Hey, respect the ladies. Y'all remember that? That's right. Anthony L, what's up? What's up with you? What's up? Tommy Temple, what's good with you, fam? Tone in the building. Mangro in the building. Scott Brown, what's up? What's up? All right, family. Boom. Shizbiz. Toby Barley. That's what's up. So, yeah. So, back to it. Yeah. So, I just, like that, these are my thoughts. That's what I do. Like, I have these thoughts, and sometimes I may be unreasonable, guys. Sometimes I may not see things. Cat, shout out to Cat. Cat came up here one day, and although I still had a certain perspective, she did give me insight on a lot of things, and it changed my perspective in total. Like, I could empathize more, and it kind of changed my perspective. Now, I still felt a certain way, but she helped to adjust my perspective because of knowledge. And sometimes that's going to happen. So sometimes people may see things differently, or I may be too harsh on a situation. But I would like to know, what a lot of you guys think, and that's what I would like to discuss. Is this something that is totally contradictory? Because the second part to it, which I really didn't mention yet, but the second part to it is this. If you feel this way about the issue, then I think that you have to be responsible to come back to this community, which a lot of people are involved in, and address the fallacies that you did within this community. You have to be responsible for that as well, because it's a part of the problem that you're addressing. So you have to come back and say, look, we said a lot of things, we acted in a certain way, and we were wrong for that. And we don't suggest that anyone that was following us, listening to that foolishness, continue with that way of thinking. Because if you want to genuinely address the problems, then you must also clear up and address the problems that you have created, because it's all intertwined. You cause a huge divide in the boxing community. Do not believe for 1 second, with the largest voice in the YTBC and the millions of multitude of people that hear narratives, that you didn't cause a ripple and a divide in this community. You guys caused that as a unit, as a group, because you had certain leaders that would put out certain narratives, and you guys had to stay in line and follow the orders. Now, it is what it is. Be it as it may, if you're going to turn super righteous on me and say, oh, forget about boxing, I'm not going to talk about that anymore, and then you're going to pursue this super righteous cause, then before you leave, I think that you must address the fallacies that you spewed in this community. Am I right? Or, I mean, does someone disagree? I got the link in the chat up top, but let me put the link back in the chat just in case I want to come up. Yeah, I figured all this out yesterday. All right, boom. There it is. Link in the chat. Bye, y'all. So if anybody want to come up and share a thought on this, because I sure would like to dig in you guys' heads about this. Let me see. I'm skipping comments. It just looked like you guys are saluting each other, which I really appreciate that. Jet Kyle said, get this smoke on here. I will give him. Yeah, get smoke on here. Smoke. Jet Kyle, smoke may be tired, bro, because Punch Drunk Boxing ran for like 9 hours and 40 minutes. I was on this live this morning when I woke up, and he was already on. When he was on when I went to sleep, and he was still on when I woke up. So I jumped on this live this morning, and Smoke was on there with him. So Smoke might not be on this live. I don't know. Never can tell, unless that fool get up and like, you know, an hour and get back online, which would be madness. But I've done it before, so I don't know. But anyhow, outside of that, I actually, you know, I invite anyone from the LDBC to come up. And it's not even that type of party because, again, and I said at the beginning of the live, and I'll say it now again and throughout this live, the guys that are deciding to utilize their platform, we got to understand something. Some of these channels I'm talking about, they're carrying thousands of subscribers, okay? So I cannot do anything but respect anyone, whether I'm challenging integrity or anything like that. There's still a level of respect that I have to give anyone that's utilizing that size platform to push this message. There's no disrespect in that. So I have to give respect to that, and I will. And like I said, I'll do that more along the line. So I have no ill will or anything. And, you know, I say keep pushing to those guys that have decided to just leave boxing alone and push on this movement. Whether I agree with their integrity or feel comfortable with any of that or not, F that. Talking about this issue is definitely more important. So I don't want to get into my feelings on if they should be speaking about it or not. That's those ideals like that is why a lot of people miss the message that Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder was putting out. Too many people were focused on, remember guys, that's what this is all about too on Sunday, the power of the mind. So I'm trying to get people to understand we got to get out of these certain mindsets. Too many people were focusing on their hate or disdain for the man, and they was losing sight of the message. And this is what we have to separate certain things. We have to take our personal feelings and opinions out of certain things. It's your mind. Only you decide to be angry about anything. No one makes you angry about anything. You decide to be angry. And we have to try to do our best to remember this no matter what we do in life. We get some shout outs. My man Samuel Shaw in the building. IBT, what's good with your IBT? Jay Jefferson, what's buzzing, cousin? Unbiased, what's up, Unbiased? Bro, I love it. New direction that you're taking, but you still talk boxing, see? Respect. But anyway, Sweet Sports, Sweet Science Sports, and McDojos, what's up with you, fam? Who else we got? I see some other people stepping here. My son in the building. Tate Kimarte, what's up, son? Appreciate you coming through. That guy up in here, what's up, that guy? Carlos Mendoza, my bro, what's up with you, fam? So yeah, man. And the link in the chat, if somebody have a thought, please come share your thought. I'll let you in. Oh, I might have somebody backstage already. My bad. Johnny Boy. Remember, Johnny Boy, get ready to add you in. Don't say nobody's name, fam. Rules are rules, and we'll kick you off.
No. I ain't gonna say nobody's name. Matter of fact,
What's up, Johnny boy?
hey, brother, I just wanted to tell you some shit's going on with my account. It's nothing bad. So if you see that little De Niro picture in your chat that says Johnny Boy, that's me. I just didn't want you to think it was some fucking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well, I let anybody on here. I don't care if they talk shit or show a foot or ass cheek, whatever. I just kick them off. You know how that goes. You know what I mean? But how long you been in the chat? How long you been listening?
Since you started.
All right. Well, good. So you know pretty much where I am, and so. And like I said, bro, I know that you have like certain feelings toward the organization, but this is not really a bash session because, like I said, I don't care who it is or if I agree with them. You have to respect anybody using a platform where there's thousands of people listening to get a message out there that's important, that everyone needs to hear and take in. And I don't care where it's coming from as long as these people are getting the message. And I was just saying before you came in that a lot of people got lost in that when it came down to the Wilder performance in the Joshua stand, because people in England was giving Anthony Joshua just as much flack as Wilder was catching here. And people, because of the disdain for the man, they were losing sight on the message. And I don't want people to do that with these LDBC channels that are deciding to leave boxing alone and, pursue speaking on the racial injustices and the things that's going on in this country because they have thousands and hundreds of thousands of people listening. So in that sense, I can do nothing personally but respect them for that. But I am going to address the fact that there are contradictions and there is some tomfoolery considering it. Because if you're going to get on this righteous movement, then you have to come back to this community and address the racial foolishness that you spewed amongst this community. You caused the divide in the boxing community because you had the biggest voice and you caused this racial divide. So if you're super righteous now, and you're tired of it, and you're fighting for this movement, then you need to address what you did here and let people know that it was wrong, that you shouldn't have went that route, and this is a part of what's causing the problem. Because if you don't do that, then there's right for people to say you're full of shit.
You know what's funny? You can't you can't go forward and do a bunch of things righteous, as you say, without looking at your past mistakes, dog. You have to. I mean, it's not good on dwelling on the past, but sometimes you gotta, say, well, I probably shouldn't have said. And I'm not bringing nobody else's. Just me the other day when I was going at whoever in the chat, bro. Like it's over. Forget about it. I said I apologized in A, B, C, and D. So you gotta know how you made mistakes before you want to fucking branch off into something else. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's the way I always saw it, anyways. Yeah. Especially if it's not, even if it's not the same subject you're covering, but you can tie them together. You got to look at what you did wrong in the past to go forward. I suppose. I don't know. I don't know, B. I'm just
no. I feel you. And so I almost forgot that I could still put comments up here. So I'm biased that damn I'm lost. I'm lost, bro. The LDBC leaving boxing. No, I'm biased. That's not what I'm saying. So I've been noticing certain channels I'm biased, and there are about 9 channels, but 9 significant channels that are a part of them that have pretty much forsaken boxing. So I've actually been listening to the content that they've been putting out, and they're not talking boxing. They're not talking Eddie Hearn, Deontay Wilder, Errol Spence at all, bro. They're talking about the social injustices and movements to eliminate this. And one thing, and why I was saying that I don't have to tell anybody what they need to respect. But one thing I'm saying, the reason I give respect to these channels, whether I question the integrity or not is because they're not only talking about these injustices, they're also offering solutions. And they're organizing things where people can come actually take part. And for that, I have to respect that, because we can sit here and talk and yap our gums all we want. But they're offering solutions. They're getting people to sign up, and they're offering for people to come take part in movements and to address these issues. And so at every level, they're not just talking. Okay. But at the same time, my challenge and, you know, the angle that I'm coming from is the divide, the racial divide that you cause with these racially charged narratives and the things that you cause within this community is a part of the problem that you call yourself crusading for right now. So if you're crusading for this entire cause, you need to address your own fallacies and clear that up. And for all the people that were following you and you had believe in this and that, you need to clear that up. Because if you're a part of the problem and you call yourself going to fight with, you know, fight for the cause or fight with the people who's in there for the cause, then if you're a part of the problem, you're no more than a spy. You're no more than a group that's infiltrating the true cause, the true people that's fighting for the cause. You're infiltrating the system if you're going to spew racial divide, and you're going to be a part of the reason we have so much divide. You need to address the things that you said in this community, because there's hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people in this community listening, and it caused a social divide amongst people, black, white, Mexican, black, because of things you guys said, narratives you guys pushed, and y'all pushed them because y'all leaders said this is the way we're going with this, and y'all stuck inside of the parameters. And you guys all said the same thing. So don't say that you're super righteous now on the same foolishness and you have not addressed the things that you've done. You have to clear that up. You have to say, hey, we were wrong about that. This is a part of this is what's causing the problem. If you're super righteous about the cause, this will help clear it up. So come back and clean up your closet first, and then go out and start cleaning up everyone else's home. But clean your own home up first. Clean that up. Clear up all of the negativity, the divide you caused within this community, and then go on your super righteous crusade. But if your super righteous crusade consists of the same foolishness that you've been doing year after year after year, look, that's justifiably questioned. Let me put it that way. That's justifiably questioned. And if people feel some type of way about it, I can empathize with that.
Yeah, my bad, D. Like I said, I've
You
had
know
a
what I'm saying, nobody? You got where I'm coming from now, because I don't want to be misunderstood. Like, you know. Kat says, let me see. Their message aligns with. Let me brighten this up. Shit, this is bright. This is one to go outside. Said their message aligns with what's going on right now, so they're benefited. Yeah, they are. And you know, like, again, still a lot of people are hearing it, and that is a question. Like, okay, so now you're being opportunistic off of the social situation that's going on now. So not only are you just avoiding the fallacies that you cause between, like I said, could be possibly millions of people, because you caused a divide in the YTBC community. There's no arguing that. And they were definitely responsible for that because they had the biggest voice of all. So they caused a divide there, racial divide. Let me be more specific, because they're on a crusade for racial injustice, right? Well, when you have a racial divide, it's easy. It's easy. What do you think, like the government, even Trump? You know, I defend Trump, but at the same time, I defend Trump for what he does in office and concerning the presidents in the past, but I don't defend him at every angle. He's causing a racial divide in this country. So when you have a racial divide, it's easy for you to put laws in place, you know, attack certain groups or communities because there's this racial divide. So if you're all of a sudden crusading for this, then you have to address and clear up the things that you've done. They have to be held accountable for that. That's just how I feel about it.
You know, it's funny, and I'm not applying myself to that fucking guy in any way, shape, or form. But me and him do have one thing in common. Sometimes we talk before we think.
So, oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. And see, that's fine. You know, that's fine, Johnny boy. That's fine. You know,
I'm not comparing myself to that Mama Luke.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But even on both your parts, let me tell you this. On both your parts, it's fine. And I'll tell you why it's fine. And I was just talking to somebody on Punch Drunks Live about this today. It doesn't matter. Like, we all do it. We all speak out of context. We all say things we don't mean, whatever. When you can clear it up and come back and say, you know what, I said this. And I've heard you do it. I've even heard El Jefe do it. But there's a lot of guys that can't do that. When you can't do that, that's where the integrity comes in. And this is what I'm saying about this community, the LDBC, because I'm being clear on this. I'm not bashing them. I'm only spitting facts, but this is a problem in our community. So when this community, the largest community around, whether you like them or not, when this community spews that type of racial divide, but then they're crusading for a racial divide, they need to come address what they spewed in this community. That's only right. Or else your crusade has to be questioned. That's my whole thing. It has to be questioned.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too much of a contradiction there, you know? And I don't, you know, everybody knows, I don't even speak on these, I don't speak on the LDBC, but this is actually concerning boxing, and this is concerning our community, and I speak on those issues every day. Well, you guys are one of the biggest causes for this type of shit. Now, all of a sudden, your channels don't even want to talk about shit that y'all cause, because at the same time that I'm saying, you know, while I'm giving the facts on this, here's some other facts. A lot of those bullshit narratives are being exposed, completely exposed now, right? So, oh, it's coincidental, or just like Cat put up here, beneficial, call it whatever, coincidental or beneficial, that you don't have to talk about the bullshit you put out that's being exposed now, and now conveniently you move to a cause that nobody can really argue about. That's why I had to give them respect in the beginning, because I don't care if I'm challenging their integrity. They're still speaking on and a part of a movement and actually doing things to work on solutions to this problem. And you cannot speak against that. But then I can challenge the contradiction, and I can challenge your ethics involved. And that's what I'm speaking on, because there's still a problem in this community, and y'all motherfuckers caused it.
Yeah.
Don't just disappear now. Don't just set the fucking fire and then talk about fucking fires, but don't help put this one out. Seriously. Like, oh, you talk about, oh, let's save the world from fires, and you set this fucking fire, but you don't want to put this one out? Yeah. Oh, no. It shouldn't work that way.
It's like taking a shit and not flushing the toilet and leaving it there. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean,
yeah. So you know, again, you gotta respect a lot of the stuff these guys doing. And I started out with this just so that people won't get it confused, because I'm pretty sure that I'll have some LDBC channels or members talking about, look at this motherfucking D Jefferson, blah blah blah. Because they are, I'm not gonna say they, but there's LDBC channels that actually have videos titled D Jefferson such and such and such. So there will be something said about this, but they can take it how they want to take it. I spit nothing but facts up here. Challenge me, and that's why I want I'm putting you guys in, you know, getting you guys ideas on this because I want to make sure that I'm not out of pocket with some of the things that I'm saying here. Or, you know, and if I am, you guys add in perspective and say, well, you got to think about this, D, or you have to consider that. You know what I mean? Like, please give me your thoughts because I don't even like charging at people. But again, this is sports, this is boxing, and this affects our community. And now I think that you can't run away from a problem that you started claiming that you are addressing the same problem and that's why you're running away. I think that you need to address that problem and clear it up within this community and tell people, no, look, that bullshit we was doing is wrong. And then clear that up and then go upon your crusade because then you're actually trying to clear up the problem. Other than that, it just seems to me with all the contradictions that's involved, if you do it the way you're doing nothing more than running away from some bullshit that you caused. And now you're over here and you're hiding behind the fact that this is a good cause. You're hiding. That's cowardly. I mean, you guys sit up here and call people coons and cowards and this, that, and the third. All of you guys are thugs and what nobody are doing in the streets. But at the same time, this would be, to me, considered a huge cowardly act. You're running away from the shit that you create. I'm being serious, bro. I mean, I know it's funny.
No, I know.
I'm being dead fucking serious. That to me, you can't get any more cowardly than that. Hey man, be a man and address the shit that you caused.
Yeah.
Or you're the fucking coward.
Yeah.
Like seriously, bro. And it's not. These are significant channels. I'm not calling any channels out, so forget about it. If y'all want to know who they are, just think back to some channels that were saying some really dumb shit and go listen to them now, and you'll be like, damn, this is who D was talking about. Because these are some significant channels. And now they're singing that kumbaya, love, peace, all shit. Like, all of a sudden, they're all about the cause. Well, if you're all about the cause, understand that you were a part of the cause. And if you want to clean up the cause, then you have to clean up the cause in totality. So start by cleaning up your own damn closet is what I'm saying. Clean that up. Clean that up.
You gotta pick up your own house before you can start cleaning anybody else's house. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know, as the old adage goes, you can't throw stones if you're living in a glass house, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's and even while, like I say, even though I'm fucking I don't mean to change the subjects, but yeah,
no, don't change it briefly because I really got to stick on this one today. But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say because I've got the boot from my main channel because the password got all fucked up. But even on there, you know, that's why I'm on this account. But even on there, I've been trying to tone the shit down too because it ain't worth my energy, bro. It's not, dog.
Yeah, no. Especially right now, bro. Especially right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, and you know, it's not that I'm a coward or any of that other shit, but there ain't no point in being at each other's necks like this, bro. Right. It's not. I mean,
I didn't read this comment before, Kat, but I left it up. I read part of it, but she said, I respect Blue Blood who came in AJ's defense over that speech backlash. But other channels like Barbershop were race baiting the situation. And yeah, they was. And see, that's the shit that I'm talking about, right? You have channels that they've been doing this type of stuff the whole time. You know, Blue Blood has enough sense to know that this is something that we don't need to be playing those games with. You know, he is an African, a man of African descent, and he's putting a message out there, and it doesn't matter who he is. And respect to that brother for that, because that's the idea that I always came with. I didn't really like people bashing Wilder or Joshua over that because I felt like people was missing the message. So I can respect sentiments from channels like that, whether I agree with the shit they say about boxing or not. I can respect when they come with that type of energy, because we all need to focus on eliminating social injustice. We all need to give energy and focus on that. All of us, we really do.
You know, it's hard for me to behave in that manner because you all know I'm a hothead, man. I fucking snap off at the at the beat of a drum, but I'm trying to. That's what everybody needs, man. Everybody just need to be trying to be a good person. That's all. That's what it all comes down to. It don't matter if you're who you run around with, what you do, none of that. The best thing you could do is just try and be a good person. And
Right.
if you see some bullshit, of course, call it out. But just try and just try and get along with everybody. I try to. Doesn't always work out that way, but
nah, bro, I ain't going to. I do my best, and I don't either. But my thing is, like, I just cut them off, bro. And it's the thing, like, one thing that people don't understand, remember, people, power of the mind. This is always, I always bring this back to the mind. Then I'm going to get on Monkey Kung Fu's comment. But always remember, I can't say keep in mind, that'll be redundant. Always remember that it's your mind. You have the power. It doesn't matter what anyone says, what anyone does outside of the physical. If they come stab you, yes, that's going to matter. But outside of the physical, it doesn't matter what anyone says or what they do. They're not doing anything to you. It's your mind that's responding to it. So what I do in these situations, and I've done it consistently on YouTube and I don't have problems, is I just disconnect myself from these people.
Yeah.
When they get on this foolishness, I don't respond. I don't put videos up about them. I don't go on no fucking rant. And I'm not saying nothing against anybody. I'm just sharing how I get over it. But I don't put up any videos about them. I don't go on any fucking rants about them. I just simply disconnect myself from them. I don't go to their channels. I unsubscribe. I don't respond to videos. I don't watch the fucking videos. I just disconnect myself from them. Therefore, it's nothing to me. I get DMs all the time. When Monty Brown was saying the shit about me, he was saying about me, I must have got 30, 40 DMs. No bullshit. Yeah. He knows his boss was saying the shit that he was saying about me. I must have got 20, 30, 40 DMs. When Black was saying the shit that he was saying on his lives, I must have got DM after message after DM. I don't, how did he say on Step Brothers? I don't give a fuck. So I did not respond to this shit, bro. You know what I mean? I didn't respond to it. I didn't make no videos because I generally didn't give a fuck. People say this all the time. Oh, I don't give a fuck. But you continue on talking about it, make it so at some levels you do give a fuck. And you understand? But if you really don't give a fuck, forget about it.
Yeah.
Don't respond to it. Don't feed into it. Don't give them any more energy. Monty Brown TV, he can say what he wants. I'm not going to make videos say, oh, this dude can't see me. I'm smarter than him. I'm creative. And I don't give a fuck what you are, bro. I'm just going to do what I do. And that's how people should start thinking instead of, I mean, if you don't want to deal with these situations, you don't have to. That's what I'm really trying to get at. If you don't want to deal with these situations, you don't have to. People that are dealing with these situations online in this community, you guys are making yourself deal with these situations because you can totally disconnect from the idiots. You can.
It's funny. It's a lost art. I like to think of it as a lost art. Just, man, it ain't shit for me, and I know it ain't shit for D to just cut you the fuck off completely, dog. Listen, it's if you've been fucked over by enough people in your life, with boys and girls, bro, it ain't shit for me to just go, all right, fuck out of here, bro. You're done. I ain't got nothing to say to you. You know?
Well, see, I don't want to cut you off, Johnny boy, but it's a fine line. It's a fine line when I say disconnect from them than when I say cut them off. Okay? Here's the thing. Here's the truth of it. And like I said, with El Jefe, the reason I work with El Jefe so well is because, again, he's like my son. Not he, I think of him as a son, but he reminds me of my actual son. So I deal with El Jefe the way I deal with my son, and I love my son. What I do is I do things to allow them enough rope to hang themselves, but at the same time, figure out on their own how they're fucking up, right? So with El Jefe, I disconnected from El Jefe pretty much the same way I disconnected with these other channels I'm talking about. The difference is those other channels have either too much pride or no motive to reconnect with me, whereas El Jefe did, because he knew he was wrong. He know we cool for real, so he had a motive to reconnect. So I didn't cut him off, because if I cut him off, it would have been no reconnection. You cut off, fuck it, the cord is severed. You understand what I'm saying? What I did was disconnect for him, and he came back around, and we cool. The others did not, and I'm still disconnected from them because they have the issues. I do not. Either way, you don't have to respond to them. What El Jefe understands now is he can blow up and do whatever the fuck he wants all around. But when he come over here, we cool. So he got to keep it cool. And he understands that.
Yeah. Man. Sometimes it's just best not to entertain shit to begin with. You know?
That's it. That is the key, my brother. That is the key. Monkey Kung Fu said, discussions of social unrest, racism, etc. are difficult to have because right or wrong, it seems everyone wants to argue until you agree with their viewpoint. There is no forward from that. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. And that's why I always put a lot of things. That's what this power of the mind is about, Monkey Kung Fu. And I always say, well, open the perspective. See, look, here's how I look at things. Or maybe you could look at it this way. Or maybe you could perceive it this way. Because right or wrong, at the end of the day, I always say this. At the end of the day, there truly is no right or wrong. Let's break down what right or wrong is, what truth really is, okay? Truth is basically what the mass people, the multitude of people believe in. At any particular time, that's truth, you know? You could have been hung for witchcraft because certain science was considered witchcraft. So you could have been hung back in the day for thinking the earth was round, because even studying that science was considered witchcraft. So the mass population, the truth was to everyone that the earth was flat. That was the truth, because everyone believed that that was the truth. And so to bring this back into perspective, so I don't get anyone lost, when you think about truth, right or wrong, this comes down to perception and perspective. We all have our own perspectives. And because there's many different ways of looking at a lot of different situations, can you really say that somebody's right or wrong? Or can you say that they have a different perspective? Because for everything that someone says is right or wrong, I can pretty much dissect it and show you how it's only wrong here or it's only wrong there. I spoke on child pedophilia at one point. Okay, so I'll share this with you guys. So I was speaking to someone on child pedophilia, and I told them, you know, you cannot particularly call a person disgusting or judge their character because they may be 40 years old and decide to have intercourse with a girl that's 15. Okay, now guys, listen to me before you jump the gun, because a lot of people don't listen and they don't understand what I'm breaking down. Keeping context is truth or not truth. This is what I'm breaking down. So when you look at this, open your mind for perspective. In this society that we call America, okay, in this society, it is against the law, it's illegal, it is considered pedophilia, statutory rape. There are charges if you have intercourse with a male or a female under the age of 18. In this society, it is considered wrong. And if you say it's not wrong, that's not the truth. And in this society, the consensus will be, man, what are you, stupid? Are you a lie? That's not the truth. But there are many countries around the world where they'll take their 12-year-old daughter and they hand that daughter off to a man for marriage, knowing that that 12-year-old girl is about to go bear children. And it's a normal thing. It's not considered pedophilia. It's not considered statutory rape. It is a part of their tradition. Also, for the guy that calls them disgusting, it's absolutely not disgusting because naturally the Almighty made the female womb ready to bear children at that age. Is it disgusting that a lion attacks a lioness sexually after just a year and something? No, because they're ready to bear children. So when you look at things in certain societies, it determines whether certain things are right or wrong. Again, truth, right or wrong, has a lot to do with perspective. So don't be so quick to tell someone they're wrong, because there's always a different perspective that you can take that will make it say, you know what, maybe not.
Can I tie that back to boxing, Dave? Real
Yeah,
quick?
do your thing.
Okay. It's just like, look, bro. A lot of y'all fucks with AJ in the chat. I can't stand the motherfucker. It ain't because he went and done that speech. I didn't like him well before that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, see that I can appreciate, but like, you know, that you didn't like the guy, but I don't think that you came out attacking his message or the speech. You see what I mean?
No.
And that's the difference. Like, people attack the message that he was putting out simply because they didn't like him. You wasn't attacking anything about Black Lives Movement or his message or anything. You were attacking the man, saying that he's an idiot or whatever you were saying. I'm saying, people, don't tell me that his message is not valid. His message is not worth a damn. His message is fake. His message is for deception. When his message is real. I don't give a damn if you like him or anything. That was a real message he put out, whether you like him or not. And people needed to hear that. That's my point. That was my point.
That's what I was getting. Well, that's what I was getting at was even though I don't like him, I still respect the guy. I still think the fucking the guy's fought he's fought in some good people.
Hold on, Johnny. Hold on. M. Ali. Let me put the link back in the chat too, because Johnny, I got to do this because this is actually what today is about, right? Because this is not a debate. So, M. Ali, I just put the link in the chat, fam. No. This is what I want you to understand about power of the mind. It's a discussion. It's not a debate. So if you have a thought about why I'm lost or why I'm confused, just click the link, just like Johnny Boy's doing, and come up here and share. See, I got a ticker running right at the bottom. It tells you the whole thing, what you could do today. If you want to come up here and share, Johnny Boy, step down and you can share. But don't troll the chat, because this is a serious discussion. This is not boxing talk. You can troll all you want during sports talk.
But
it's a serious discussion. So don't troll. Come up here, click the link. Share your thoughts, bro. If you're telling me I'm wrong, have you been here long enough? This is what I said. That's what I want to hear. If you guys have ideas or you don't agree with me, offer another perspective. But don't just call me an idiot and say I'm wrong. I don't give a fuck if you do call me an idiot and say I'm wrong. I don't care about that shit. I'm just telling you, don't do that right now. Do that when we talking boxing. You want to call me an idiot when you talk boxing, I'll probably laugh at it. But right now, this is a serious discussion. So come up here and explain to me why you feel I'm wrong or why you feel differently. That's what this discussion is about. I want you to share. But don't be an idiot, okay? Don't just be an idiot in the chat. That's not what I want you to do. Go ahead, Johnny Boy.
No, and I didn't mean to get too far off or nothing like that. But my point was, even though I don't care for the guy, I still respect everybody else's mind and their opinions about him. I might not agree with it, but I do try to listen.
Yeah.
You know, but you say and I was just tying that back to what you were saying about just because you disagree with one little thing, don't calling people a fucking idiot and a momo and like back what you were saying a few minutes ago before.
Right.
That's
You have to.
that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting. Yeah.
Right. When people are so judgmental, like I will call. I'm quick to call someone an idiot, but you know, first and foremost, you know, Smoke and I talked about this before. First and foremost, anybody who's been around me should know that it's nothing personal. I might call anybody an idiot, and I'm not. It's nothing personal. But if you say something idiotic and I call you an idiot, if you've been around me enough, you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, you got me, and there'll be no offense. If not, you're gonna continue on with your foolishness and show even further how you're an idiot. Because here's the thing. If I say that, then you have said things to severely contradict yourself, or you have absolutely no validity and no way to validate anything you said. So I'm going to call you an idiot. You know what I mean? It's like people saying that Tyson Fury will demolish Anthony Joshua because he beat Deontay Wilder. Now, if that is your reason, that Tyson Fury will demolish Anthony Joshua, you idiot. See? That's how that works. Because there is absolutely no way you can validate that at all. You can't validate that. Now, if somebody broke down to me in the ring, skill set, footwork, elusiveness, things that Tyson Fury would do to beat Anthony Joshua, and then they tell me, no way Anthony Joshua beats Tyson Fury, I say, okay, I can accept that, because I think this is a 50-50 fight, and some people are going to feel Joshua wins because of what he brings, and some people are going to feel that Tyson Fury wins because of what he brings. So if you validate your opinion, okay, I accept it. But you will get a big fat you idiot if you come with idiotic statements like Tyson Fury is going to demolish Anthony Joshua because he beats Wilder. I think he's going to beat Joshua too, but I'm still going to call you an idiot because you ain't validating that, bro. You understand where I'm coming from, Johnny? Like, you got to, I mean, that's how it's got to be, bro. All right, my walk is over. Not the live, guys. We still get ready to crank. I'm just getting ready to go in the house. Go inside. I'm tired of walking around. I walked around almost 2 hours the other day. I'm not doing that no more. I'm an old man. It's too much. No, I'm all right. It's starting to get warm out here. Oh, man. Air conditioning. Woo. That's what I'm talking about.
What'd you do? Walk to the crib? What'd you do? Walk to the crib?
I was outside walking the whole time, fam.
No. Yeah, I know. I just thought you, because you shut the camera off, I thought you got seated.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to switch over to the green screen and all the fancy doohickey.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sit in the sun in the house in the sunshine, but actually in the AC. Hold up. Let me get off of that. All right, I'm back out of this.
Yeah. Hey, props to Boone for trying to quit smoking, man. I'm working on the drinking. I kind of lost it. Oh shit, D fell off. Well, I guess he's just stuck with me. But D, you on mute, homie? You on mute, brother? Yeah.
All right, yeah, I didn't fall off. I just switched to. I came inside the house, man. It's getting hot outside, so I got tired of walking around. Now I can be in the sunshine, but actually still in the AC.
No, I just said props to Boone for trying to quit smoking, man. I'm working on the quit drinking myself. I kind of went off the handle the other day because my uncle passed. I didn't want to say that, but yeah, so yeah, good luck, Boone, with that. Good stuff, bro. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Well, Anthony, you say you're not in the position. Okay, so you're not in the position to call in. but that was random as fuck. When you turn the discussion toward, well, it was just the whole idea. It was just the whole idea of right and wrong, Anthony L. Because see, look, this is why I chose that topic, or this is why I chose that analogy, Anthony L. Because it's something that people take really seriously. You understand, Anthony L? When you talk about 28, 29-year-old men in this country performing sexual acts with 13 and 14-year-old girls, it's something that really offends people, Anthony L. So I had to use an analogy that jumps out there, and pedophilia definitely jumps out there. And what I'm saying is, in this society, because of the way we were raised, because of the moral beliefs that we were brought up in this society, it says that is wrong. But in all the countries, many countries now around the world, it's a normal thing, because they actually had their daughters off at 12 and 13 to be married to men of this age, to bear children from men of this age. And they do it for a couple of goats and some rice grain or some shit. Like, seriously, this shit happens, right? But it's a normal thing. They don't look at it as disgusting, not normal. They actually raise their daughters, and the daughters are expecting for this to happen. Our daughters are hidden from any of these type of things. It's taboo to even talk to them before they're 12, 13 about sex, which I believe people are making mistakes doing that. But that's how it is in this society. And like Ambaya said earlier, that it's a shame that we're raised in that mentality. It's not our fault, but the facts are we are raised with that mentality. But you cannot call the creator. See, this is where man crossed the line. It was the creator that designed this body to bear children at 12. It's a man-made moralistic that you shouldn't do that because that child doesn't understand that. But that's not how the creator designed this body, the flesh, okay? Let me say that again. So people don't think this is a D thing. This is a perspective. The creator, the almighty, who have created all, designed the body to bear children at that age, 12. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's right or wrong, that's how God designed the body, okay? Just like the lion in the jungle. The alpha lion doesn't say, hey, she's only 1 year and 9 months. Maybe I should wait a little bit. No, when he smells her in heat, and it's time for that, they do what they're supposed to. They understand naturally when it's time for that. But the cycle moves along, okay? Now, in some instances, and here's where the medical society kicks in. We're all different beings, different chemical makeup. So like just establishing a certain age as a society, that may not be correct either. Maybe you need the medical industry or some type of help to say if that particular wound is ready at that time. Is a range, you know, just like it's a range of when women stop having children. There have been ladies that is in their fucking 60s having children, and then there's some ladies where it is extremely unsafe to do that. Same thing with young ladies bearing children at an early age. Some of them, they're ready to bear at an early age, and some of them, it may take some years longer. And so that's where, on the perspective of that society, then people in this society may say, well, that's not right. My whole thing is, it's all about perspective. We can't say what's right or wrong. And we can't tell this person they're disgusting because they don't think that it's pedophilia if they have intercourse with someone at a certain age. This is my thing, is the judgment. And the judgment comes from what our minds have been programmed with based on where we grew up at. I mean, and again, like guys, I let me put this link in the chat. Make sure, like, that's the thing. Like, I put this link in the chat, man. I even got the ticker running. I don't want anyone to get mad, upset at me for offering a perspective. If you don't agree with the perspective or you have a different thought, click the link to share your thought on today's topic. Johnny Boy has not had to step down at all. Now, I've seen a couple of comments that I didn't read, but again, like, just click the link real quick. Unless you're like Anthony L and you're working or something and you can't get to the link or a phone. But, you know, I want to hear you guys' perspective. All right, Johnny Boy, I got somebody backstage. Appreciate you coming on, brother. You come back on if somebody, you know, if they all go off. But
all right. All right. Well, thanks for having me on, brother. Everybody in the chat, have a nice Sunday. Take care.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Johnny Boy.
All right.
All right. So we got Alistair on Alistair 49. What's up? Real quick thought about Alistair, because I got somebody backstage. This is a one thought deal today. I don't want anybody rambling on because this is important stuff. But what's up, Alistair? What you got to say about it?
All right, what's going on? And what was the topic again? I'm just.
Oh my God. Hey, okay, Alistair, hang out backstage right quick. I'm not gonna kick you off. Just hang out backstage, but listen to Unbiased. Then that way you'll understand what we're talking about. Okay, so just listen.
Right.
Up. Listen up. What's up, Unbiased? What's up, fam?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of cutting in and out. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think that just because God let their bodies be able to bear children at 12 means he designed them to have children at 12. You know what I mean? He just gave them the functions to be able to have children, right? Their mind state and the physicality of their body and the mental maturity of their mind is not the same. So they're not mature and don't have the mind state for motherhood at 12. We learn that in society. And the people that you're talking about, and I know, and I have information about this because I actually have family members.
We learn that in society, though. You just
no. I'm saying about the children that you're talking about, the children that go into to marriages, right? So I actually have family that are Indian as well. Right. Trinidadian is partially Indian as well. So they know that the mind is not mature enough. So they actually marry the women at 12, knowing that. And the men are aware of this because they are taking them at that age to mold them into the woman that they want them to be. So it's coupled with the fact that they know the mind is not mature enough at that stage, and they're taking that girl to mold them into a wife that they want. So they are aware that consciously the mind is not ready at that age. Which
okay, I'm biased. I hear what you're saying, fam. And again, I'm not disagreeing with anything you said about that culture. Do you know how many calculated, at least if you go and look, do you know how many countries there are worldwide?
Yeah, but yeah.
I'm going to get to a point. I'm going to drive it home. They're roughly like 197 to 200, like certified, documented countries worldwide. That's what it is.
Right.
The only thing that I said, and you can do your research. We could talk about it after this live because I don't want to go into this. But I can show you after this live too, the same way you can show me what you're talking about, which I actually agree with. But the only thing that I said, that there are many countries around the world that hand their children off to go be wives, and it's a normal thing. Now, the example you gave me of India and what they're conscious of, that may not apply. But again, the same way you can show me that, I can show you many countries of the world that it's a normal practice to do this because they're in their consciousness. The way they were raised doesn't have anything to do with any organized society. See, a lot of countries around the world are outside of anything that organized societies do. Those are facts. I'm not saying anything to offend anyone or to rationalize or to turn anything into being acceptable. I'm just saying we have to watch how we judge people simply because of our own ideals and how we were raised in this country. Now, the facts are unbiased. There are many, many countries that do exactly what I said that still don't take into consideration what you're talking about, fam. At all. They don't. At all. They don't take that in consideration because the child being ready for a relationship, a husband and all that, even that, the institution of marriage, or what the society believes the institution of marriage, even that is a tribal way of thinking, fam. That's not universal. Just
right. I mean, a lot.
In itself. So just the whole institution of the relationship and why the child is not necessarily ready is still a man-made thing. And the divine, the almighty, as you were saying when you came in, will not even consider those things because he's the creator. He's not even going to take into consideration because you was like, well, I don't think that God would do this because their mind is not ready for this relationship. Wouldn't even be in a consideration because how relationships are established in each particular society is established by man. So why would the Almighty entertain or even consider any of that?
Well, you just said it. You said it's by man. That's not the Almighty. The Almighty only gave. Well, let me finish this.
Unbiased. Those
right. And that's
created by man. So when
exactly.
you say that, I don't think that God would do that and create it just because he made her body ready to do that.
No, he didn't.
Hold on. Okay. He would take into consideration that the mind is not. No. That wouldn't be a consideration, in my opinion. Now, remember, that wouldn't be a consideration because the thing is this: bear children. Period. Not think about what grandma or Aunt Sally would think if she's too young to get into that relationship. No. Bear children. Time to bear children. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, the lions, the hyenas, every other fucking species on this earth don't consider if they're mentally ready. But the human species who have the greatest mind takes those things into consideration. My thing is this.
Well, you just said it.
What makes sense to me, fam?
But you just said it. You just said the human species has the greatest mind. That's why we shouldn't be doing what a lion, and all those animals are doing. So hold on, can I just say this? So yes, God gave the girl the right to bear children. Again, that doesn't mean that they are ready and equipped for motherhood at 12 or 13. It just doesn't. That means and that he never wrote anywhere that when you are 12 you must have children. All he did was give them the option, give them something that they could use later on in life. That's it. Correct. That's all he did. So nobody actually knows when a woman should have children besides that woman.
That's correct. Right? That's correct. So here's my point before we make this a debate. Just as you said, that doesn't mean it's right. But it doesn't mean it's wrong. It's about perspective. That's all I said. And that's what I started this from. Too many people want to say in different societies that our way is right because it makes sense, because of this, because of that, because of the child, because of the mind. See, and then the other societies say this is the way we always do it. It's natural. God made her able to bear children. We can do it. My thing is this. It doesn't mean it's right. Just like you said, I agree with that. But you cannot sit here and say it means it's wrong. It's about perspective. That's all I ever said, unbiased.
Well, I mean,
I am not validating or advocating for either side. I'm just saying this side, your side, unbiased, can't say this side is wrong. And that side can't say your side is wrong. That's all.
We could say their side is wrong with science.
Because it's just a perspective. It's still just a perspective.
Right. But like we could go
and you can say that they're wrong, but that's just your perspective. It doesn't change that. That's
science. Well, science and brain and
we're not getting into that, unbiased. You even question science. No. Science is not divine. So we're not going to get into that.
But D, you always say the mind is not developed into what age?
I am not getting into
I'm just saying, bro. You say it.
You said science proves it. Science proves it.
But D, you yourself say that the mind is not developed into what age, D? You always say this. What age?
Yeah, but
so if you say it, then why is it okay? Why is it not okay for me to say it?
Let me tell you why I back it up. This is what you like to do. You like to make things a debate. Let me tell you.
I'm not making it a debate.
Let me tell you real quick, unbiased, before you go down this train, bro, because I know you too. I'm gonna explain to you why I say that. It doesn't have a fucking thing to do with science. It's my spirituality, bro. Because it makes sense to me that from the age of birth, because of what I've seen my daughter do, because of what I've seen a lot of kids do, it makes sense to me that that child is taking in information of who that child is going to be. See, spiritually, that really makes sense to me. And that's why I push this message. I say children are amazing beings. They pull in all of this information. Now, what I do is I make analogies so that people that don't understand things or look at things like I do spiritually can understand. So when I say we're like a computer and our minds are the processor and we're being programmed from the age of birth to 7. Now, does spirituality sometimes coincide with what science says? I'm biased. We know this to be true. But when I say those things, I don't back them up because of your science, fam. Whether you think that or not, I don't back them up because of that. And so,
no, but okay. Well, good. D, I'm glad you said that, though. I'm glad you said that because that means then you should agree with me because you just broke down on why.
On what perspective should I agree with you?
Because you say that the mind is not developed until what age, D? You say that due to your spirituality, that's how you come to the rationalization that the mind is not developed until a certain age, right?
Are you talking about the hippocampus thing?
Right.
That's irrelevant. What does that have to do with? Hold on, I'm biased. Hold on for a second. What does that have to do with a whole different topic of how kids determine their personalities from 0 to 7? Because this is different. I understand where you're going with this. Again, no, hold on, I'm biased, because this is what you like to do. For some reason,
I'm not doing anything.
Don't let me finish. Come on, don't start that. To try to prove a point, you're going to the hippocampus, but we're leaving the main topic, bro. We're leaving this. We're getting off the main topic by doing this. And this is why I don't want to keep going down these rabbit holes, right? Here's the thing. This is what I said in the beginning. If you're lost, you're not paying attention.
Okay, so I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just trying to find a common ground. That's it.
Let me finish. And then you get the floor and I won't say anything. Okay. This is what I said in the beginning. And if you're lost, because Kat said you lost all of us. No, Kat, I didn't lose all of you. Trust me. If you're lost, it's because of the questioning, the line of questioning. This was my initial statement. Right or wrong has a lot to do with perspective. Okay? That's the main point. You cannot go telling someone they're wrong because of the way you see things based on your societal beliefs. You can't do that. You can't call someone disgusting based on the way you see things because of your societal beliefs. Now, me starting to talk about a kid's mind from 0 to 7 in my spirituality or the hippocampus, that's going off topic from the point that I made initially. Right or wrong, truth has a lot to do with perspective. That was the initial point. That's why I don't want to do this with unbiased. And
I'm not trying to debate you. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just saying.
Even if we do that, the bias, it goes off topic, bro. Because that's way outside of what I ever said. It is. It's way outside.
Well, the hippocampus. Oh, whatever. Man. I'm not gonna debate you on that. But I'm just saying. Well, it doesn't, but it's all good though.
Even go down that path.
It is perspective. It is perspective.
Because that don't have shit to do with the initial. That's why people get confused. Not nothing you doing, but I'm saying that's why I try to stay away from that, bro. We talking about the LDBC and the foolishness that they did
in this.
I just had to. I just wanted to talk about this topic.
I know,
but
like, hear me out though. The topic is the LDBC and the foolishness that they did in this community, and then it veers off to the fucking hippocampus. This is why I'm trying to get away from that shit, fam. You see what I mean? Like, cause it's pointless, and all of that shit's irrelevant. Like, let's drive it back home. You know what I mean? That shit goes off too far, and it's for no reason. Like let's get back on the LDBC and the bullshit, because that's the main topic, and I really want to talk about.
Well, I think we got. I think we just. All right, go ahead.
Everybody who comes up here, thoughts. Like, let's try to stick on that thought, because I don't want to answer a bunch of questions about my spirituality or unbiased thoughts. Like, let's not bash people about certain things because of our perspective. That's all I'm saying. But let's stick to the fact that they caused a lot of racial divide in this community, our community, guys, the YTBC. Let's stick on that, because this is important. And now there are certain channels out here that say, oh, well, I don't even want to deal with boxing. Well, you caused the fire in boxing. If you're going to play firefighter, if you're going to attack an issue, racial tensions, right? And you're going to play firefighter, that's the fire you're going to fight, then put out the one you started. Let's get back to that. So what are your thoughts on that, Unbiased?
Well, I mean, you know, I haven't really been paying attention to any of the LDBC channels, so I'm just going to say, you know, if they're planning on leaving boxing, you know what I mean, peace to them. If they're going and talking about like racial injustice and all that, that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? As long as they're, you know, they mean it and it's something they're passionate in, I don't have a problem with it.
But see, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you, Unbiased. My thing is this: if this is your newfound crusade of righteousness, right, and you're chasing this racial shit, put out the fire that you caused, the divide that you caused within this community, because they were the largest voice in this community. They were spreading racially based narratives time and time again. They caused fires in this community, and if your whole newfound cause is about this issue, then address what you started, right? If you're going to play firefighter, put out that fire right there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think they should, you know, address certain issues that they brought forth. I agree to that, you know, so, but I think Catacor wants a link, man. I'm going to step off and let her jump in here.
Yeah. Well, I got people backstage. All right. Unrivaled, what's up with you, fam? Unrivaled, you there? I think something might be wrong with Mark. Mike, can't hear you. We can't hear you, Mark. Yeah, Mark, bounce out and come back in. I'm gonna see what Boone talking about. I'll let you in. Boone, what's up, fam?
What's going on, D? What's popping?
What's up, man? Let me drop the link.
Yeah,
back.
I just wanted to cook on that real quick. It's as far as, well, I was on what you were saying about like 20 minutes ago. I had to dip real quick, but as far as what you just spoke on with the boxing community, as far as those guys are concerned, it's just never been about boxing. You know, these racial injustice that's been going on, all these different situations and scenarios against African-American people was going on long before this stuff with George Floyd and all that, and they wasn't having that energy to pursue that venture. And I think, and I honestly believe that they're running out of real estate in the boxing community. They have been exposed on major media platforms about their raciousness in the boxing community. And I think after a while, you know, and then it's so many other, if you look at it, when they was on YouTube, when they first got on YouTube, it wasn't so many boxing channels. Now, you look at the boxing YouTube community now, it's so many boxing channels now. It's so many truth tellers in the sport of boxing, and it's so many people that's being combative to their narrative, whether they're doing it on purpose or not. They're still being combative to whatever narrative they're speaking, because when you're being unbiased in the sport of boxing, you're automatically debunking whatever narrative that they pushing. And when you have multiple platforms like myself, Ring IQ, D Jefferson, and among many other YouTube boxing channels that are constantly speaking truth in the sport of boxing and drawing attention channels. then that causes them to have an issue, and they run out of real estate. People are going to start to see them for who they are, and I think that before they get exposed, they have to go to another venture. That's what I believe.
Right.
But I do have to say this, Mr. Jefferson.
Right.
When you said about the rights and the wrongs in society and shit. Well, we have things that in our history that society said was politically correct. Slavery was one of them. And in today's age, police brutality is another one, where I have heard people say that George Floyd got what he deserved. He was a criminal, and he did all these criminal acts, and what he got, he deserved. I have heard that from multiple people. I've heard that about other police brutality situations where they said that the police were doing their job and these guys were criminals, blah, 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 blah. So based on that in society, would the police be deemed correct? Would they be deemed right for whatever it is they're doing? We know that that's not true, of course. And another thing, I have to say this. I have a 13-year-old daughter. Ain't no way in 7 hills that I'm going to let my 13-year-old daughter have any type of intimate relationship with a grown-ass man. And I know good and hell well you too, D. Jefferson, ain't finna let your 12-year-old daughter go have an intimate relationship with a grown-ass man for a couple of goats. Well, so I get in certain societies that might be correct, but that's just not, I'm not doing that. I know. But I get what you're saying in some societies. I get that.
Boom. Listen. See, this is the disconnect again. You can sit here and ask me that. You can ask me that all day long. But I was raised in the same society that you were raised in. If both of us were raised up over there and you ask that same question, be like, yeah, it's almost time. You're going to give her away now, right? And it would be like smoking a cigarette over that. And it wouldn't be
everybody like
it wouldn't be no question of no fucking way, because you would just feel like, hey, bro, yeah, Johnny just did it last week. Why not? That's how it would be.
That don't mean it's correct. It's been many civilizations throughout mankind that have failed.
I'm not arguing that. This is the problem. People keep saying that to me. That don't make it right. I never said it did. But understand this. Does that make it wrong?
Okay, so how could something not make it right, but then not make it wrong? That don't make sense. That's like a double standard.
Because in that society, is it illegal? Do people frown upon it? Is it taboo, or is it wrong to anyone in that society? Is it wrong, bro? Is it?
In their society? No, it's not wrong in their society.
Okay, now over here in America, no, watch me now. Over here in America, is it wrong?
Is it wrong in America?
Yes.
In certain societies in America, no. There are societies in America where they still do that. They still do that in the Asian societies in here.
And it's just okay, so what I'm saying to you is perspective can make things right or wrong. Right or wrong can be deemed upon perspective. You cannot tell someone, hold on, hear me out. You cannot tell someone who is 25 years old, who married his wife over in that country, decided to come to America. They're already married. They already have kids, right? And he's 16 years old. And she's 16 years old. Then he comes to America. I got one for you too. Let me finish, bro. Then they come to America. Dude, then they come to America. I know, but you keep cutting me off while you saying that, fam. Like, they can hear that. So then they come to this country for a better life. People in this country are going to frown upon them in this country because he's 27 and she's a 16-year-old girl, and they know that he's knocked her up, and that's not, oh my gosh, how could that, and the child is 2 or 3 years old. They're going to look at that as if it's disgusting, because in this society, we have been programmed to believe that that's disgusting. But in the society he came from, maybe war broke out, whatever reason it was, they had to escape from there and come to a land where they could survive, right? So it happened to be America. But in their society, it was no big thing. So it was truth here, but it was not true there. Now they're going to come to a society where, damn, what do you mean I'm disgusting? What the fuck? They're not going to have any idea of why anybody thinks it's disgusting or wrong or anything, because all they were doing was refugees bringing his family to a new land with opportunity. Again, it's based on what you've been programmed with in your society that tells you a lot of time what's right or wrong. And my initial statement was right or wrong is often based on perspective. You cannot tell somebody they're right or wrong because you don't know how their mind was programmed and what society they were in, what tribal way of thinking that they grew up under. You can't call it right or wrong. It can be natural to them. Natural. That don't make it wrong because your society don't think it's natural. It doesn't make it wrong. It just makes it wrong in your society under your perspective. It's just that simple, bro. Like, that can't be argued. To me, it can't. I don't understand why people get mad at me. Do I fucking agree with a 30-year-old man having sex and bearing children, bearing children with 13, 12? It's not about whether I agree with it or not. That's not what I said. And I'm not trying to defend any of those things. What I'm saying is I can't call those people wrong because they were raised in a society where there's nothing wrong with that. And I know that the Almighty, I know for a fact that the Almighty made the body able to bear children at that age. This is perfectly understandable why their society doesn't see anything wrong with that. So I'm not going to call them disgusting pigs and pedophiles in their society because they were raised under that statute. But people do that. People call them wrong. People call this wrong because they don't have the beliefs that the American society has. I don't feel like you can do that to people around the world. That's all. That's my only thing. Right or wrong has to do a lot of the times with perspective. It's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's the perspective that people take things in.
Okay. Well, to answer that, I have two examples. I have a friend from Yemen, and I have a friend from Somalia.
Put everybody in, bro, because everybody wants to make this shit. Go ahead, Boom. Go ahead. I'm just trying to keep it one, but everybody wants to make it a debate. Go ahead.
I have a friend from Yemen, and I have a friend from Somalia. Both have arranged marriages in their culture. Both of them, right? Now, I've spoken to both of these guys about this particular situation. Both of these dudes had arranged marriages with 16-year-old girls. In their culture, once they turn 16, they have arranged marriages, right? I talked to these dudes about that, and both of these dudes from a different society, from a different country, with different backgrounds, did not agree with that. I've talked to an Ethiopian woman who had an arranged marriage. She was Portuguese.
Boom. I hear what you're saying.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. Another thing that's off topic, and I don't really want to spend too much time because regardless of what you're saying here, bro, there is no right or wrong on this because you're listing off countries of people that you know, but that don't represent all the countries around the world, fam. Like, we can do this. You can list off 20 countries in Africa, and we can sit here and listen to that, but that doesn't represent every society around the world, bro. Like, and then AOBs, you say right or wrong is based on moral standard, not perspective. Okay, now listen to this. I don't understand. Like, people hear things that they don't agree with, and they feel like they have to be proven right. But understand this, and then I'm gonna let Mark take off. You're proving my point in your fucking statement, fam, by saying right or wrong is based on moral standards, not perspective. What the fuck are moral standards based on? AOBs? Perspective. Because morals are based on personal perspectives. See? Is that wrong? A perception, a perspective. This is how things should be. That's what you base ethics and morals on, AOBs. Perspective, bro. This is how things should be. This is how things should go. This is the standard you should have. That's what morals and ethics are, AOBs. And that's based on perspective.
Yeah.
You know what the conversation is now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro. Like, I get it, man. Yo, can you hear me, first of all? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Now.
Yo, I get it, man. I get it. It's really because you got to understand, too, like, in other countries, it's way different, man. Like, other countries, they do some crazy stuff that you might think in America is foul. Like, here's the thing, right? I kind of understand this, though. D, you said that if it ain't in America, if people, don't follow the same rules they do in America, they're wrong and stuff like that. But I feel like America also has, like, the power. They're like the first world country. Everything goes through them. If you want to be rich, if you want to be famous, you got to go to Hollywood. I mean, that's where the opportunity's at, right? But in some countries, for real though, like they do, if their women or whatever goes and they cheat on they cheat on their spouse, they have a rule where they stone, women to death or something like that. That's a perspective too. But I mean, that's a perspective. What you said about like marrying people at like 12 and stuff like that. Truth is, if you were born and raised over there where they actually have that rule, you would think the exact same way. You would think, oh crap, this person's 12, this is the right thing to do. This is morals, you know what I mean? But it's because you're not used to the other side. You're used to your side, which is, what I'm saying, you've got to be a right age. You know what I'm saying? Well, like I said, what you said, perspective. And that's what it's all about anyways. It's really perspective, It's not about, it's not about, opinion, what's right or wrong, because that's the truth. Women do get, they do get married, at 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like girls at 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? But how can an American, of course, somebody American gonna say that, oh, man, that's not right. It's not right to you, but to them, it is right, though. So it's like the same thing back to you. In America, that shit is not happening. But over in other countries, you best believe it will happen, because that's what it is. It's like divided, and there's like so many different rules in place that, just like also religion, like different religions. I mean, Muslims, etc. Just stuff like that. That's how I look at it. It's always gonna be different. If you're in a different country, keep it a buck, keep it 100.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. Well, I appreciate you, Alistair, for sharing your thought, bro. Go ahead and jump off, dog. If you get another thought, just click the link. I'll let you back on. I want to hear from Unrivaled right quick. What's
Can
up,
you hear me?
Unrivaled?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, fam.
Awesome, awesome. So, what are we talking about?
Bro, it's just like I made a statement, right? And for some reason, unbiased and AOPs, this is what they do. They just can't let up, bro. Like here's my statement, Mark. Here's my initial statement. They can go off on all of these fucking tangents they want, but this is my initial statement. Right or wrong often comes down to perspective, just perspective. Because what may be considered right to some people may be considered wrong to other people in different societies. And it may be natural, not against the law or anything. Okay? So I say you can't go bashing people for their ideals and their beliefs. Now, what I utilized was what's considered pedophilia in this country. Any female under the age of 18, if a man, say, 29, 30 was to have sex with them, they could be charged with statutory rape. It's considered pedophilia and so forth. You understand what I'm saying?
Depends on the state, though, right?
I know.
You can legally.
I'm not even getting into the logistics. Let's just say the states that do it, and the people in those states that believe in it, because I want to stick to the topic, which is a way of thinking. Okay, like let's stick to the context. So my thing is this. In societies and countries around the world where they give their daughters off at 12, 13, and 14, it's not thought of as disgusting, despicable, a crime, gross. It's not thought of as anything. It's a natural thing and nobody thinks twice about it. But here, people are quick to call someone disgusting, gross. And I'm just saying this. We can't be so quick to judge people because of our beliefs. We can't be so quick to tell people they're right or wrong because we think it's right or wrong, because right or wrong often comes down to a perspective. So I led to that, and then I get all of this, and unbiased and AOPs are still going, which unbiased says morals. He gave two definitions. Perspective, a particular attitude to where he probably looked it up because this is what unbiased does. He doesn't give up, bro. A particular attitude toward a way regarding something, a point of view, aka an opinion. Okay. And then he puts up the definition of morals: holding or manifesting high principles for proper conduct. So what I asked unbiased is this: what is proper conduct, unbiased, and who determines the standards? You know who does? The fucking societies you are in. They will determine the conduct. They will determine the standards. They will tell you what the fucking morals are. No, it is the same, unbiased, because the society you in that says this is what's more, that is an opinion. Whether it's a wider opinion that's believed, unbiased, that's an opinion. That's a perspective. So, and essentially, it all comes from perspective. Period, bro. No matter how you try to chop it up, what fucking definitions you put up, these are the facts. Morals and ethics and proper conduct is based on the society that you are in. In third world countries, you know, they eat with the right hand because the left hand, they don't use utensils at all. They eat with the right hand. They shake your hand with the right hand because they utilize the left hand for hygiene purposes, to wipe the ass and all of that. So they don't utilize this to interact with people or to cook. They only cook with one hand. They only eat with one hand. Okay? They don't do that in this society. In the UK society, they're considered fucking savages, bro. But that's a perspective because of the society they grew up in. So even morals and ethics, unbiased, are based on perspective. Whatever society believes that this is the standard, this is what we consider morally correct. It's based on a perspective, unbiased. Don't fucking tell me it's not the same thing. It's the same thing. You cannot say somebody is wrong because of your perspective. That's all I'm telling you guys. And y'all can fucking go around in circles all you want. You cannot tell someone else they're wrong because of the perspective or the societal beliefs that you grew up in, whether it's Trinidad or America, whether Africa believes with you, whether Chinese believe the same that you believe. There's many other countries that don't. And you can't tell them they're wrong because they don't, because China believes what you or Africa believes the same that you do. They don't believe what you believe. And it's just that simple. And to them, it's just not true that it's disgusting for this child to have a child at 14. It's normal to them. In our society, it may be disgusting. In their society, it's not. But you can't tell them they're fucking wrong for feeling that way. And that's basically what you fools are saying right now. Come on with that, bro. That's ridiculous. Americans always want to believe their way is right. You can tell the world how to think. You can tell the world what morals and ethics. Where the fuck does the morals and ethics come from?
Right. So
it comes from this society.
What was the definition? What was the definition that he put down for morals?
I don't know, but I can guarantee you it's probably from Webster or something.
No, I just want to back up on
okay, right, put him up, Mark. I'm just telling you, that's what he does. It's probably from Webster Meridian or some shit. That's what Bias does. So perspective, a particular attitude toward a way or regarding something, a point of view, aka an opinion. And then he puts the definition of morals up: morals, holding or manifesting high principles for proper conduct.
Okay, so for me, the first thing is like principles. Principles are completely and utterly principle. There's an echo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Principles worldwide vary from country to country, from nation to nation. Always have done. Probably will do. In America, there are different points of view. For example, if you go to a certain state, a lot of people think it's morally okay to carry a weapon, open carry. In my country, that could be considered a terrorist threat. Where I come from. Where I'm from, I can leave Catholicism at any time. If I was born in Saudi Arabia and I decided to give up the Muslim faith, I would be murdered. No, hold on.
No, I'm not talking about you, bro. I'm talking about just okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's not toward you.
That's themed on principle and moral and religion. There's so many different points of view. What's right, what's wrong. Everybody believes their nation has an absolute truth. I personally think it's disgusting for anybody to have sex with anybody who isn't fully developed mentally or physically. So, for example, I would look at having sex with at an 11 or 12-year-old girl the same way I would look at having sex with a disabled person. It's too easy to take advantage of. Emotions can be swaying. That's my own personal point of view based off of the perspectives I've developed in my society in my lifetime. And that's how I do it. If someone were to tell me it's right, I'm going to disagree with them. I'm going to. But that's based off of my perspective. And their perspective, they'll disagree with me. And it's just going to be an argument. I don't really give two fucks about it. I want to hear what Katakor has to say about it, though. I definitely do. Because I'm interested. I'm interested in a woman's point of view on this topic. Because she'd know more about what it's like to be a mother than I would.
Yeah, but I want to hear what Kat has to say, period. But none of this shit was ever the topic. And just to clear things up again, because again, see, I'm about to say, I'm not making this a debate, but he keep putting comments up like this. So this is what I'm talking about. It was a bad analogy, D. That's what everybody is telling you. Because statutory rape is rape against someone's will. Unbiased.
What if they're willing?
Hold on, man. Unbiased. I was locked away with plenty of guys that were locked up for statutory rape because a fucking mother got mad that a 19-year-old and 17-year-old had personal issues, but they had been dating since the 8th fucking grade. So it was totally willing on both sides, but they were locked up. So don't fucking start throwing United States legal laws in my face, because that shit's totally flawed. So you just made a bad fucking analogy. Because it's rape is not rape, and we understand that. there's a lot of innocent men in the penitentiary right now, unbiased, and plenty of us will agree, because rape is not necessarily rape, unbiased. So stop it. Just stop it, bro. Just to go through any lengths to again prove that having a different perspective is wrong. Because essentially, this is what you and AOBs and anybody else who don't get what I'm saying, essentially, this is what you guys are doing. You're trying to prove to me that a different society having a different perspective is wrong if they don't see it with the American perspective. That's essentially what you guys are saying. Because America has raised you to believe that under the age of 18, having sex with a girl is wrong. So the world is supposed to believe that. And the only thing I said in the beginning, so I want everybody to say their piece, but the only thing that I said in the beginning, regardless of whether I use that as an analogy or not, because that's the truth, in many, many countries, like I said before, around the world, that's the truth. The only thing I said is you cannot go telling someone else they're wrong because that's what they believe in. What the fuck, bro? And I keep getting all of this feedback because of the analogy. It still doesn't make a goddamn difference, bro. You cannot tell people they're wrong. I don't care what their age is, unbiased. It's not about the fucking age, fam. It is about the ideology of it. If you're raised in a society with a certain ideology, morals, ethics, or whatever the fuck you want to say, you can't go telling another society they're wrong because their perspectives are different. You can't do that. That's all I'm saying. You're trying to make it about age. You're trying to get technical about this, fucking putting definitions in the fuck. That doesn't change the point that I'm making, bro. And I told you 100 times, you and AOBs, I'm not protecting or advocating for one side or the other. I'm advocating for open perspective. You cannot tell somebody they're wrong because they have a different perspective. Now, you and AOBs can put whatever y'all want in the chat, but when you can show me how you can tell somebody they're wrong for being raised under a different society, feeling like this is normal and natural, and having a different perspective that they're wrong because America believes this, then we're talking. But right now, that's just pointless. Kat, how you doing? You there, Kat? I think everybody takes a little bit before they kick in. There she go.
Can you hear me, or is my mic?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear static, or is it just me?
It's a little bit, but we can hear you clear now.
Okay. So, I'm here to have a conversation. I'm not here to argue. Are you okay? It looks like your blood pressure's a little high. Hope.
No. I had a sty that I'm just getting rid of on my eye. I don't know if you seen it last week. It was kind of swollen and everything, but it's all right now.
Okay. All right. So the first thing that you said, which I get iffy with, is when you try to bring in religion to any kind of topic, because you talk about how America has a way of thinking, but people forget that the Bible is also a way of thinking by their societal standards. So
Yes.
you can't say, oh, but America this and America that, but they have, their own society, okay, like in that state. So you were discussing about 12-year-olds and how in certain societies it's okay, for them to get married or whatever the case is. Again, that is in their societal standard due to religion. Now, when we talk about is it right or is it wrong, and then you kind of brought up the fact about, oh, well, she has her period or whatever. There are 5-year-olds or sometimes 3-year-olds who have that doesn't necessarily mean that their bodies are ready to give birth. That just means that they have some sort of hormone imbalance that happen, for them to have the period at that early age. So birthing has nothing to do with your menstrual, as far as just because you have your menstrual.
I didn't speak on menstrual cycle. I wouldn't even touch that. I didn't speak on menstrual cycle. I really wouldn't even touch that. But I hear you. But I wasn't really going there. But yeah, I wouldn't even.
Yeah, but you did say that. So okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, and then okay.
Yeah,
That's why I was like,
taboo. I wouldn't go there.
Got it. Okay. All right. So as far as our perspective and how we think as a society versus what everyone else thinks, again, we all think differently, but we all do sort of how we develop as far as a country, right? So you do have your third world countries and your first world countries, and we all think differently. We as a society in America have a whole bunch of different cultures, and in those cultures, a lot of people believe that, again, how they were raised wherever they came from prior to coming to America is the right way to raise their kids, or whatever the case may be. Now, you saying that it's not wrong, again, I'm going to ask you, so because certain people believe that sex trafficking is okay, or there's a lot of women who are in Africa, you know, who aren't allowed, or even in the Bible, it specifically says women are not supposed to have pleasure when having sex because their moral purpose in life is to give birth. So when you say you can't tell another culture that certain things, you know, are right or are wrong, whatever the case is, there's always there always has to be a certain moral of conversation. And it's not about, oh, because we're America and what we say goes. It's just because we have developed into a society that can address certain issues when speaking on morality versus other countries that just aren't there yet. So it's not because we're higher than them. It's just the fact that how we live and how we have become as a society, when we speak about moral issues, we can bring in the discussion of saying, hey, certain things are just not right, but it's not because, you know, we're here saying, oh, you're wrong because of X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if I'm...
Okay, now check this out. Because that actually plays into my topic today. So I'm glad we broke that down, right? In my opinion, and what you just said, America is the fucking LDBC. No, the fuck they can't tell countries around the world. Look at what the fuck we're dealing with. The social injustices, the way our government treats its own people. No, the fuck they don't have the right to tell any country how to operate at all. I don't agree with that. This country is a cesspool of deception and wickedness. Our government system, the legal system, the way it operates, it's a cesspool of wickedness. They don't have no fucking right to tell no country shit. I don't agree with that. I make the United States government as the LDBC.
Can I comment?
Hold up. Because they causing the fucking poison worldwide, Cat. Is what I'm saying about the LDBC. They have caused...
Wait, okay,
hold on. Let me finish now, because I'll let you finish. They have caused certain poison within the YTBC. And now they just want to run off and so-called attack an issue. That's what I feel about America. No, you can't tell a society how to do a fucking thing. To be anything resembling this society, the cesspool of the destruction and deception and wickedness going on in this society, don't spread this bullshit around the world. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, I wouldn't agree to that. No fucking way. Fuck this country, bro. And I really...
So, okay, all right. So I understand where you tried to make the analogy, but that analogy you made was just not the right one to make. Okay, so
it offends people, Cat. And I said this before. I am going to say, y'all get used to it. I'm going to say a lot of things that offend people. And it might be an analogy people don't want to hear. But I am not going to sit up here and tell no fucking lies, bro. The truth hurts. I'm sorry that some people get offended by some of the things that I say. But again, sometimes shock value is what it takes. Whether you agree with the analogy or not, the truth is you cannot determine another culture's perspective. You cannot say what's right or wrong based on the American perspective, period. Because American is a screwed cesspool full of fucking bullshit.
But it's not based on the American.
Here's the thing.
Here's
the issue.
Hold on. Who is that? Intangible. Don't do that. I'll introduce you and you can get your turn. Kat, I hear what you're saying. But even if you look at religion, Kat, the reason there's 500 different or more religions out there, because even religions are not the same. So you cannot even base it on a moral that might be your religion. This might be what you believe in, but still, even on a religious standard, it's still a perspective. This is why you have so many different interpretations of what God's word truly is, because everybody has their perspective. Every different religion has their perspective on what God's word really meant. So we can't even get on religion and say religiously moral or ethics based on religion is even right or wrong, because a different religion will tell you, no, you're moralistically wrong there. And a different religion will tell you, no, we're correct. So even still, what I'm telling people, you cannot tell somebody else that they're wrong based on their perspective. You can only have your own. What is wrong with people accepting that? You cannot tell people how to think. You cannot tell people.
Okay, but you're wrong, and I'm going to tell you right. Hold on. For the simple fact that we know better. Listen. I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to have a conversation. I heard what you said, but let me rebuttal. Relax, Wusa, my brother. What's going on?
Because
you just said that we as a society can't. Okay, so we as a society itself have grown, right? So we went, from slavery to civil rights and where we are now. So you're pretty much trying to tell me that a person who thinks of a certain way because of their society, meaning down south, what they did was okay. But the point is, there was harm in what they were doing. And in this case, there's harm in these children. So that's where the moral compass comes in. It's not about us being, oh, you're wrong because we're right. It's because there's harm being put on a certain people. And in this case, in your conversation, it was children. When we talk about the South, it was Black people, so that's what I don't think you're understanding.
Listen, for one thing, I never made any distinction on the South, Black people, or what children. That's number one. Two, I don't mean for this to sound crude and rude, but I don't really give a shit why people got offended. I'm not here to say things to ease things over. What I am up here to do is not tell any lies, man. If you guys don't like how brash I am or analogies I use, or maybe I apologize for those things. Maybe the analogy was too harsh. The analogy still applies to what I'm saying because it's simple. It is simple. Whether you think it's wrong or right, whether your medical practice tells you it's wrong or right. Here's the reality of it. I've grew up with friends and family members at 12 and 13 who have had children, was perfectly fine. Their wombs were perfectly ready for that and everything. So I, again, am not saying whether what's right or wrong. What I'm saying is, however people are raised in a certain country, you cannot tell them that they are wrong based on your perspectives, period. You can't do that. Now, at 12 or 13, there are going to be some girls that will have complications. But, Kat, you're in the medical field. There are plenty that won't have any complications now or later. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so in that instance, you cannot fucking tell people of another society that they're wrong because they believe in this. You can't. You just cannot. And that's all I'm saying, period. And everybody keeps telling me I'm wrong for saying that. What the fuck?
D, you're speaking, but I don't think you're listening. That's the only problem, right? The fact is that it's not that we're saying follow our way, but we can state, hey, there's something wrong, not because of how we were raised, but the simple fact that sometimes certain ways that the other societies are brought up are just not correct, not based on us, but just because there's always a harm towards certain people. And when you're harming some certain people, that's never right, period. I don't care who you are, what you say, that is completely wrong. And that's what I don't think you're understanding. In this case, it would be you're harming children. So that's why we're saying you're wrong. It's not saying, oh, like your religion is whack because, it's outdated. It's simply saying that because in this case, children are the ones that are in danger, you are wrong.
Kat, do you think that the pharmaceutical industry is wrong?
Absolutely, 100%.
Right. So again, but everybody that's sitting here, bashing me for saying that I don't feel like you can tell another society they're wrong based on your beliefs. Like, is this energy being poured out toward them? No. As soon as I start speaking about the medical industry, I start getting attacked. But the pharmaceutical industry, killing people day after day, right? Day after day after day. It exists. And people think, maybe not you, Kat, you're honest about it. But do you realize the millions of people that think that the pharmaceutical industry is right?
But there are also other people who think it's wrong. D, come
Right.
on now.
Okay. I got you.
Don't do it.
Okay, hold on. So, in that sentiment, the same applies with what we would call pedophilia in this country. Again, I'm not saying that I agree with the other side, sis, but the same as you say, how people think that that's wrong to marry off your daughter at 14. There's people that think that it's right. And the only thing that I'm saying is you can't tell them that they're wrong because you grew up in this society that says that it's wrong. Just like you just told me about that, there are also other people that think it's wrong and also other people that think it's right. Okay, because right and wrong is a perspective. This is what I'm saying. And AOBs, I'm not just saying nothing's right or wrong, so do what you want. That's where your morals come in, AOB. If you
it's not a perspective.
You want to be an idiot, be an idiot.
Really?
Hey, Kat, and D, I'd love to jump in, but I know somebody was ahead of me, and I do have some thoughts on it. So, I'm not trying to jump anybody, but I do have something that I'd like to, some thoughts I'd like to.
That's why I was trying to keep it one-on-one, but it started building up backstage. But yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Again, I understand how you point. You guys point. This is one thing that has been consistent up here. I haven't said that you guys are wrong about anything. People keep telling me I'm wrong.
Well, there is something wrong with what you're saying, and it is literally the human history, right? And I'll tell you what's wrong with what you're saying. You're saying that people, because of what your premise is, because of America's morals, what America's moral reality is, means that they can't dictate to other people. But that's not actually the basis that society dictates.
That's not my premise.
Okay.
So you said, hold on, Smoke, because this has been going on way too long anyway. If you think that's my premises, I don't even want to go down that whole, Smoke, because that's not my premises, fam. So I don't even want to go down this long. So let me
rephrase. Let me rephrase then. Let me ask you this. Are you saying that America can't tell other people what to do because of the state that America is in?
I'm saying that America does not have a right to dictate other societies, bro. Hold on. I didn't finish. America or any other society in this world does not have the right to dictate how another society should be ran based on their morals, their perspectives, their beliefs, their ethics. No, I don't think they have that right. No.
Yeah, the issue is that is not the actual basis that one society imposes its will on another, right?
I understand all that, but that was just the point I made. So
okay, cool. Right. So you're saying You're saying that, right. So to say that America doesn't have the moral standing to dictate policy or attitudes to anybody else, that I totally understand that where you're coming from with that. And I also understand what you're talking about when it comes to morals and perspective, right? We don't have any issues when it comes to that. I would just say that the idea, the idea of nations in the first place, they come up together and they also come up with rules of conduct. So it's not just America imposing its will on other places. It's actually a group of nations coming together and say, this is how we're going to behave as human beings and interact with one another.
Yeah, Smoke, that's just too much though, bro.
Right. I mean, so to bring it back to the LDBC, like I can bring it back to your analogy because I think there is this reality of how human beings treat each other. And then there are groups within those, there's groups within humanity that have different perspectives on how to address those issues, right? So really the issue that I think is wrong with your perspective is the way that you're defining the LDBC and the general statements that you're making, right? And that's for me, like, regardless of this whole humanity and America and all this stuff, but this other analogy, just speaking with what I'm listening to when I'm hearing you talk about the LDBC, what I hear.
Smoke. Let me ask you this, because I don't want you to hear the wrong thing. If I say there are some channels of the LDBC, am I generalizing the whole LDBC? If I say that, if I was to say there are some channels of the LDBC, am I generalizing the whole LDBC? Do you feel that way? Okay, Smoke, before you continue, in the description and on this live multiple times, I specifically said some channels. So I'm not generalizing a fucking thing, bro. And I know that's what you hear, but I just let you prove that I'm not doing that. Even though you heard that, okay? Right,
because the issue is what percentage of this, when you charge the LDBC or any channel, let me just say that, because what I'm saying is the way that you're presenting your arguments is confusing, right? Because I don't know if you're saying that 2 channels, right, or let's say there's 500 channels in the LDBC and 2 of these channels are doing what you're saying, right? Does that mean that those 2 channels are causing the poison and the toxic environment in YTBC, or they just reflect it? Right. So that's what I'm saying. And that's what these whole things are.
I didn't imply that. I did not imply that. At no way, at no level ever. I did not imply that. And you wasn't here. Wait a minute. You were not here from the very beginning. Okay? So you can fucking go back and rewind it. I'm talking about to the very first, to the start of this, Smoke, because I knew you would be here to defend the LDBC. There is something that I said specifically to start this live off, Smoke, and I know you didn't fucking hear it, or you wouldn't even think that I was implying that. I cleared I cleared this up that I was not making certain implications. So I don't give a damn what you think you hear or what you feel like I'm implying. Go back and listen to the start, and maybe you won't think that. Because I'm making a certain reference, Smoke, not what you want to make it mean. Okay, so you can ask me all the questions you want, but don't.
No. Listen. I understand. I definitely understand that I may be missing something, and I may be taking your word, and I may be taking your word out of context because I missed something, right? But I am just responding to what you said, right, and how it hit my ears, and if I'm taking your words out of context. Okay, I'm taking out of context.
Because you're responding to partially. See, if you hear everything, then you could probably make a better response. But you only heard part of what I said. So you're only responding to part of what I said, not all of what I said. That's what's going on here.
Cool.
Right? So, I mean, because Smoke, you're too difficult. I don't want to do that because I'm making no implications in that avenue you was going down. I'm not making any of those implications at all.
Yeah, no, like I said, I got in when I got in. I heard what you said. If I'm taking your words out of context, thank you for clarifying. I will go back and we can visit this some other point, because what I heard from, like I said, what I heard it took me to where I went, right? So
well, let me give you a part of what I was saying earlier. I was actually defending these very same channels that I'm charging, Smoke. I actually defended them before I charged them. And what I was saying was that the things that they're doing concerning the community and what's going on, you cannot be against that. You have to respect what they're doing. And then I went into the things that they're doing because they're speaking about solutions, not just sitting up talking. They're talking about getting people to come together and actually work on things and move forward on solutions. And you have to respect that. See, I started the show off with that, Smoke. These very same channels that I'm charging. So I just want you to know that, Smoke. I started the show off with that.
Okay, so right, and the same way that you were speaking in very frank and candid language, right? These other, right, and that could have, could ruffle some feathers, and people could, people can't take offense.
Right.
Is the same way that, for me as a person who who is a self-described member of the LDBC, I go to certain channels and some of the subject matter and the way that they characterize the subject matter is uncomfortable to me, right? But it's not about whether or not the entire LDBC feels that way. That's A. But then B, everybody has we're all coming from our own situation, our own life experiences, our own perspective, and we're trying to grow, right? So you'd like a person to be able to speak their mind and also have an open mind if possible, when and if possible.
Let me ask you a question, Smoke. Let me ask you a question. So because even you have said before, there are certain channels in the LDBC that go off the rocker, but there are channels that don't. So don't generalize the whole group. And I get that, right? But you do understand that there are some channels that go off the rocker. You do understand that too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that.
I just want to make that clear. So if I speak on the channels that are the ones that go off the rocker, that be on that bullshit, that race baiting bullshit, and I'm speaking on those channels who all of a sudden have found this newfound interest, which we have to respect, because if you have thousands of people on your platform, it's good to speak on that interest, right? But if you're trying to put out a fire, but you've started fires here, now you want to be a firefighter, you need to put out the fire you started here, because you're a firefighter now. And that's what I'm saying about these particular channels of the LDBC. And let's not act like they don't exist. I never charged the entire group. I also started the show off giving respect to these very same channels I'm charging. But my thing is that if you're going to take on this new righteous crusade, and it's the same type of fire you started, then maybe you should go back and address those fires you started. Put those fires out. Fight the entire fire, because you are a part of the problem that exists in the whole grand scheme of things. That divide, that racial tension, and the channels that were involved in that should be addressed. That was my point, Smoke, to those channels.
Right. Okay. So here's really the issue, because it sounds to me like you're actually talking.
That's my
okay, but that's fine. It's fine. Here's the thing. Because I'm having trouble understanding. So things are being conflated. Are you saying that the channels that you're speaking of are talking about being firefighters, but instead are starting fires? And then if you're saying that, then I need a little bit more, instead of the metaphor, I need to understand exactly what you're saying. Are you saying that they're using race baiting and saying that they're trying to fight race baiting?
No. I'm saying they have already started fires. Now they're going to go fight a fire that's the same fire that they started in the past, but they're not addressing those fires. Like, they should put those out first if you're going to become a firefighter. That's what I'm saying, Smoke. The fires they already started, not creating anything new, not utilizing this narrative. No, the fires they already started, right? The race baiting they already put out there, the narrative they pushed that caused people to be excited in a racial way. Now, since you're trying to attack this racial divide, because that's the problem, you should put out those fires that you already started. That's what I'm saying, Smoke. Is that
okay? So yeah, I think that maybe there may be a misunderstanding between the actual mission of these channels that you're talking about and what you think they should be doing and what they're trying to do versus what they think they should be doing and they're trying to do, right? And maybe there could also be a lack of understanding on their part about their past behavior and the effects of their past behavior, right? So but since we're speaking so generally, I can't address the specifics of what you're saying.
Right. I know you can't. And here's the thing is, because the tensions that are being addressed now, if you're informed about that, if you're informed about what you're crusading about, then you know exactly well what you were doing. There's no ignorance involved. You knew that you were race baiting. You knew that you were causing a divide. You knew that certain ethnic backgrounds would get excited from the material you put out. And there's no question about that, because you're so passionate about this newfound cause. There's no question about it. Hold on, Smoke. Hold on, because I know you're in defense mode, and I have not. The reason we can't really get down to it, and we'll get down to it behind the scenes, is because I refuse to put certain channel names out there. But I will talk to you about this behind the scenes, Smoke. You can defend all you want, but I'll give you more specifics, names, certain videos, and everything else behind the scenes, Smoke. But I'm not. I don't get into putting out channel names, okay? But there are some specific channels that specifically push race baiting narratives, Smoke. Now, these same channels are saying to people, they're not even worried about boxing no more. They ain't talking about boxing no more. I'm all about this mission. And what I'm saying to those channels, Smoke, is that you caused some fires in this community. You incited a lot of people. You caused a racial divide in this community. And I think that you should address that. If you really intend to stop this whole racial issue, that what you did was a part of the problem. And there's hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people. And your group had the biggest collective voice in the YTBC. And you push these narratives, dude. So you need to go clean that closet out. Tell people, maybe we shouldn't have took that. Address those things instead of dismissing it like you never did it. And also, some of the narratives that these particular channels pushed are coming out to be not true. 100% evidence of it, that it's not true. And it appears to me and some other people, Smoke, that they're running away from that, going on this new crusade, which is a valid and justice crusade, hiding away from the fact that you were a part of this. You don't want to address that because maybe you're ashamed of it, but you damn sure know what you did. And it has to be evident that you know what you did because of the crusade you're on now. It correlates. It's involved. If you're that conscious of what's going on, you have to be aware of what you did. That's my perspective on it, Smoke. And without calling out certain channels, I will talk to you. You got my phone number. We can talk about this behind the scenes, bro. Because I'm not going to sit up here and call certain channels names out, but there are multiple channels, Smoke, and they were LDBC channels. Okay, and one thing we don't have to really argue about is, as far as a lot of people are concerned, that there were channels in the LDBC that were race baiting. They were clearly race baiting. So I don't need to point out any particular channels because we all know that there were channels in the LDBC. And when you're a part of the group, the leaders of the group should expel you, kick you out, or suspend you if you're pushing certain narratives and it doesn't go along with the group. But when they don't, and they allow you to rock on and keep pushing these narratives, then you have to be guilty by association. It has to, at some level, represent the group that you're hashtagging on out there. And so these channels did push that race baiting shit. And now all of a sudden they want to dismiss it like they never did it because they don't have time for it. Well, you should make time for it because what you left behind is causing, is a part of the problem that we have nationwide. The racial divide, the racial tension. That's what I'm speaking on. Yeah, you can call me at any time, Smoke, but that's the channels I'm speaking on specifically. And they need to address that shit. They do. Don't tell me you on some crusade about Black Lives Matter, you're fighting racial tensions, and you caused a lot of racial tensions and divide with what you were doing, talking to hundreds of thousands of people. Nah, bro. Freddie G, that's when, as content creators, we may put out material or something inciting racial tension. You understand? Bringing race into the subject to incite racial tensions. Certain channels was doing that. So, Kat, you still there, sis?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, because you've been listening patiently. Sometimes it get like that when Smoke get on here.
No, it's fine. I tried to put in perspective what you were trying to say. It just, like I said, threw everybody off with the comment with the girls and all of that.
I mean, it does. And I apologize again to everybody who was offended by that. But again, here's the facts. Here's the facts, Kat. it is a touchy subject, and it's not things that people like to hear. But the facts are, it's billions of people around the world that looks at a 28, 29-year-old man making a baby with a 14-year-old girl. Not disgusting, not pedophilia, or anything at all. And that's just the facts. And just because I'm the one,
but
I know. Hold on. Just because I'm the one that said it sounds horrible and we don't agree with it, it's still the facts. Don't get mad at me because I just stated a fact. Not you in particular. I'm just saying people. But when I say things like that, like the whole black bitches things on the Black Lives Matter. Listen, my mom ain't no black bitch. You ain't no black bitch. But don't sit here and tell me I need to praise a girl in the project that's not trying, because she's putting those kids through times. And there's black people that feel like we should raise them up as queens too. No, be a queen. Then I'll call you a queen. But people don't like to hear these things. I'm sorry that it's harsh and brash, but it's the truth. It's just the truth.
But what I tried to explain to you was with your analogy of how we as a society are all messed up, we can't speak on other people.
In my opinion,
by your words, right? We couldn't tell Germany that the Holocaust was wrong because we as a society were all fucked up then, or we couldn't tell the UK, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really think you looked at the bigger picture when you said the comment.
Well, no,
like,
I do.
Couldn't
point
fingers and say what you did. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is what I was saying. I do see what you guys are saying, but here is how I think things should be done. What you guys are saying is true. Hitler should have been told. These people should be told, even if it has to be by America. That kind of coincides with what I'm saying too. The message has to be heard. So I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is, clean out your own fucking closet. America, with the way you are treating African Americans, with the way you're treating lower class people in this country, clean out your fucking closet. Stop doing what you're doing to the African American people in your own country while you're over here telling this country they shouldn't be marrying off their children at 14. I mean, come on, man. Don't expect me to get behind America. This is why I'm just giving you my perspective. I'm saying, don't expect me.
Right. No, but my thing is, we can't multitask. We can't do both.
No, because we need to clean this shit up first. I feel you about the multitasking, but damn, black men are dying in the streets. And you telling me I'm supposed to get behind this country talking about what some other country can do with their beliefs? No, I'm just not feeling that, sis. I'm not. Stop killing black men in the streets first, and then maybe we can sit down and I can get behind you telling some country, don't marry your kids off at 14. Stop killing our brothers in the streets first. Okay. Clean out your fucking closet first. That's where I'm coming from. Like, come on. That's
okay.
On it. Like, I feel I understand, but you can't expect me to, because I have more of a passion of them to stop doing what they're doing to the lower class people, to the Hispanics, to the African American community. I feel more passionate about the wrongdoing that this government is doing to our people here than I give a rat's ass about them telling some other country how to run their society. I think it's more important that they stop fucking us over before you out there taking all of our tax money, creating these superficial wars because you're trying to tell other societies how to act from our tax money, and you're fucking abusing us. Like, no, I'm not getting behind America on that. No. That's just me.
So tying this back to the LDBC and their, I guess, narrative, I get what you said as far as them starting fires, not putting those out, but then trying to fight this fire, that was, but I don't necessarily think it was created by them, but I understand what you were saying. There are a few of them that have leaned away from boxing just to fuel this race thing. Some have actually done it positively, others not so much. But then you have others that are still with the same you know, with the same message, and I get it. But the problem isn't necessarily them, it's the people that follow them, because at the end of the day, you can have a channel, you can say what you want to say, but that doesn't mean that people will watch, you know. So I just think that that's more, it speaks more to their fan base than anything else, and how they think as their society, and how they take up information. So I just think that's what that is, as far as that. But as far as us, you know, telling them if it's right or, you know, if it's wrong, at the end of the day, you know, they have followers and they feel some type of way, and they feel that, you know, that person is speaking for them, you know. So at that point, I guess it just is what it is.
Yeah. See, I see. I don't know if I'm in a bad technical area. But okay, cool. Yeah. So there are definitely, you know, just generally speaking, there, in my view, toxic viewpoints throughout boxing, right? And you can break that down specifically into down to specific channels, or you can speak generally. The issue is, how do you address the toxicity, right? And I think that's where you're coming from, is you are saying, you're pointing out that maybe there's some hypocrisy, and maybe you have some work to do to take responsibility for some of the damage that individuals have done through their own words and actions. And maybe, and I think that you have a point, right? There's, you know, just to take your analogy about the black men, right? You see these people who are ex-Klan members, right? And they see the error of their ways, and then they get a more they become a more humanist, right? And they start to recognize their own wrongs, right? But that is an individual's journey that you can criticize them, you can point it out, and that's your responsibility as a citizen. But that's just part of the transformation that's needed in order to address the toxicity, right? And you can, it's not just about the uploaders, as Kat pointed out. It's also people who are of like mind, right? So all of those people need to start where they're at. They need to go through their process, and we all need to have an end goal to this, right? Because it's not just about the LDBC hitting some kumbaya moment that boxing itself doesn't have.
Right. No. Yeah. I mean, you get it. Again, that's not charging at, I mean, you simply get where I'm coming from now. Like, yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like, okay, Monkey Kung Fu says, another great stream, D. Respect to you and the panel in the chat. I'll leave you with this quote. You can do anything, not everything. Facts, man. That's a fact. I appreciate you, Monkey Kung Fu, always. But yeah, Smoke, in a nutshell, yeah. And again, I'm only charging at those particular channels only for that part of it, because I'm showing them mad respect for actually going out there and being a part of and taking on this matter. You understand? I'm only charging them for that aspect of it, because I feel like if you're going to go on this crusade, clean out your closet first. The same thing with America. Like, and with America, it just pisses me off, but it's just so twisted in so many ways, because they're taking our money to mistreat us and fight these fictitious wars based on these issues. Liberate Saudi Arabia? Come on, people. That's what George Bush and them was pushing to us. All of that money and tax money they spent on the military, they was trying to liberate Saudi Arabia. All of that money, and did they liberate Saudi Arabia at any level? Is that what our government did? What was their agenda to ever liberate Saudi Arabia, make their country right? See, we get into this right or wrong thing. Was that ever the agenda with the Americans when they went over there? Don't tell me it was, because my mom was in the fucking war, bro. In the war. Like, their agenda had nothing to do with this shit. So I'm not going to get behind a country that so-called wants to liberate other countries and show them the so-called right way, When ain't no fucking way they're not even doing that, bro. And we're not even doing that. And hold on, Smoke. And in the process, they're degrading and oppressing its own people, which is us. I'm getting get behind that? Fuck no, bro. Not at
okay.
Fuck no.
All right, when you say liberate Saudi Arabia, or do you mean Iraq or Kuwait?
That was George Bush's lie, Smoke.
Yeah,
That's
no, I'm saying which one are you? Okay, there's two George Bushes. One guy went into Kuwait.
Okay, Senior Smoke.
Oh, Senior. Okay, cool.
Just
yeah, because I'm confused. That's all. I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying. I'm just confused.
Senior, bro. And you know the time, Smoke. What are you trying to prove my credibility, or if I know what I'm talking about? I was just talking about.
No. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because you said Saudi Arabia. We went to liberate Saudi Arabia, but we didn't go to fight a war with Saudi Arabia.
The government claimed that's what we was doing. That's all. I don't agree with none of that shit. They always claim that we fighting these wars.
No, I mean, I get you. I get you with the propaganda. I totally am on board with the propaganda, right? Right. So, but it's just the name of the country, right? It's just the name of the country. I'm just saying it was Kuwait. It was just Kuwait. That's all.
Instead of Saudi Arabia. Sorry, guys. Kuwait. It's the fucking point, man. Like, y'all be getting on me because I said this wrong or that wrong, but y'all don't never attack the fucking point that I'm making.
No, but bro.
Smoke. Chill. Not you. AOBs right now. This is not to you. This is to AOB. So you don't have to defend this, Smoke. Okay? Y'all keep getting on me about these little AOBs. What the fuck? Does that change the point that I'm making? AOBs, whether it was Saudi Arabia or Kuwait. I'm sorry, guys. See, I don't have a problem with this. I'm sorry, guys. I said the wrong country. I was 100% wrong about that. It's Kuwait. Sorry, guys. Now, does it change the fucking point that this no good fucking government is taking our money and said that they were trying to liberate the Kuwaiti people, right? Liberate meaning show them the quote unquote right way, because this is how we got to this bullshit where I said I'm not getting behind America so-called telling people how to do things right. Remember, this is how we got to this. This is why I'm on this shit.
Okay, just also for points of clarity, like the reason why they're saying one of the face that they put on the liberation of Kuwait was because Iraq actually invaded Kuwait. But here I come, Pop. Hold on.
Go ahead. Thank you. I was listening. I just thought like this shit is just irrelevant, bro. I don't like it. It doesn't matter. My point is they deceived us, bro. That's why, like, that's how we go off into these tangents about other things. I want to fucking start arguing about. I don't care, really. It's not even pointless of what they did. Let's not even call it liberation. Here's the point. The American government said that they were going to do something for the Kuwaiti people, and that's why we were in a war. The American government lied. We were never in a war for them to do anything for the benefit of the Kuwaiti people, whether we call it liberation or whatever. My point is the American government deceived us in that war in entirety. It had nothing to do with what they told us it was for. So when someone tells me that America has the right to go around this world and establish certain principles, I don't agree with that. And the reason I don't agree with that, these are part of the reasons that I'm giving you guys. If you want to agree with the fact that America has the right to go around the fucking world, as disgusting as they are with their government, as disgusting as they treat their own people, if you want to go on and believe that they have the right to go tell people around the world what to do, fine. That's your perspective. And I don't have a problem with that. But it appears when I say these type of things, that fuck America, I'm not backing them on that people have a problem with me when I say these things. I don't have a problem with y'all backing them. Why I got to be the bad guy because I don't want to back them because I feel like fuck them because they're discriminating against us. They're shitting on their own people, be it my Hispanic family. Hey, I got Hispanic family. My African-American family. Hey, I got African-American family. My lower class white family in this country, I have them too. And America is shitting on all of them. You think I give a rat's ass about some fictitious war where they're supposedly liberating or helping some other country? Nah, bro. But if you feel necessary to get behind them and feel like they can tell other countries they have the right to do that, fine. I don't. Why I gotta be bashed for that? Because I don't feel like that. Because that's basically what this comes down to, bro. I make statements like this that people don't like to hear, and I'm wrong for them. Or you know, people say, nah, D, what you should. No, the fuck I shouldn't. Fuck this government, bro. Until they start treating us right at every level. Fuck this government. Don't tell me to back them on anything. I will back them when they start treating us right, the people. Not black people, not white people, the people. The people. That's when I'll start backing America. Great channel, D. God bless. Father Douglas McGuire, I appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. I'm not backing that nonsense at any level. So sorry, I'm not patriotic. Sorry. F America on that level. Alistair 49. People really need to travel outside America, man. Yeah, they do. And then they'll get a whole new perspective. I think that's part of my problem. That I've been outside of the countries multiple times, 17 countries in Europe, that I've been around to see how other people in the world live, the fallacies going on in this country, the lies we're being told. I've been outside of the country to see that these are really lies that we're being told. And a lot of people haven't. So they're stuck in the mindset of believing everything they see in the media. And they think that certain things are a certain way, but they're not. So they haven't even had the chance to experience to get the fuck out of this country and figure out that they're fucking being lied to. They haven't had the opportunity. The boob tube, the dummy tube is teaching them.
That is not a situation that is unique to America. Like, so Europe, because they have a bunch of countries right next to each other, they can travel to different countries because, you know, they're right next to each other. Right. America is like vast. We're, you know, slightly smaller than Europe, right? As a country, we're slightly smaller than that continent. But that being said, you know, there's a statistic, I think something like 10% of Americans have a passport and 7% of the people who have a passport actually use it. So there is a very small percentage of people who travel abroad for non-military or government purposes.
Yeah. Very small percentage. But that just adds to the ignorance, Smoke. You know what I mean? It just adds to the ignorance.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that. But there's like 190 countries, and it's not like, you know, 75%. It's not like half of them are going around traveling the world and have this worldly perspective.
No, I agree with that, bro. I agree. Ignorance is, look, I didn't say that it's singleized to America. I didn't say that. But I'm just saying this causes the ignorance in this country. I'm speaking about this country. I know it happens in other countries, but we're talking about America. People don't like the things that I'm saying about America. So I'm sticking to America. In this country, many people don't get out of this country, so they're ignorant. They're ignorant. People take hold on. That's another thing that people take negatively. Ignorance. Lack of knowledge of. That's all it means. They're fucking ignorant. So due to their ignorance, they say certain things, Smoke. This is a fact. I don't care how negative it sounds. When you call somebody ignorant, they all of a sudden get offended.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'm all about saying what I know and what I don't know. Like I wish more people would do it. It would make everyone's life easier if they would just be able to recognize what the difference between their knowledge and their beliefs, right? But that's a different subject, right? There's another aspect. There's an aspect.
Hold on. I gotta read this. Man, Julius, I love you, brother. I love you, man. Listen. The proverb of my Kryptonian people is as follows. It's easier to actually fool a man than to convince the man he's been fooled. My, how profound. That is a fact, bro. That is a fact. That is something that I fight with. I don't fight with it, but that is something that I go through, having discussions with people all the time. Because it's hard for people to accept the fact that they've been fooled. They've been bamboozled, hoodwinked, run amok. It's hard because people don't want to accept that. People don't want to accept that. There's no lawyer that spent all their time going through the legal system and fought crime and for 20, 30 years that want to come to the realization that a lot of the shit they did was worthless because the legal system's flawed at so many levels. And at some points, they're fighting a worthless battle because even when they get it right, the court systems are going to tell them they're wrong. That's deflating. They want to believe that the legal system actually works. But we all know it doesn't, because you can't take bias out of it. Until you are able to, it will never work. There are a lot of people, no offense to you, Kat, in the medical field. And all of these journals and studies, they want to believe in them. But they refuse to believe. I got a video I'm going to put out. It's about a doctor, a well-known doctor too, who have been telling people, telling these other doctors, and they've been shunning them for years and years and years about these vaccines, the terrible nature of these vaccines, some of the chemicals they're putting in these vaccines. They've been telling them to stop. Now he has proof. He has proof, and all of these other doctors are looking stupid in the face. I'm going to do a video about this one, but none of these people in the medical field want to believe that after all the hard work, all of these years they put into that they've been lied to about certain things. It's hard to accept that, bro. And a guy like me, I can easily say these truths because they generally don't bother me. A lot of things that bother you people, and when I say you people, I don't mean I mean humans. A lot of things that bother you people, let's get that straight. This is no race, humans. It doesn't bother me because I'm in the process and I've come a long way at doing a total paradigm shift, reprogramming the fucking things we've been taught by this society. And when people can learn to do that, they can look back and I won't have to convince them no more. They will understand how they've been fooled by the propaganda of the media, by the beliefs, these false beliefs that's been put out by religions. I ain't saying no specific religions. There are over 500, so you pick them, okay? But the education system in this country, see, when they do their own research, then they feel like, damn, they fooled us. I don't have to convince them anymore. But you guys are going to hear me say a lot of things that sounds offensive. But as I said earlier, like on Step Brothers, I don't give a fuck. I don't.
But there's always, like, if you were to sit here and say the world is round, there is always information that you can gather and collect to prove that theory. It doesn't necessarily mean you're right. It's just saying that there is material out there to support a lot of madness that's spewed every single day. At the end of the day, it is up to you to, to say, okay, this is wrong, this is right. But you also have to do your own research. Just because you hear it and someone presents a whole bunch of documents, oh, well, they're telling the truth. That's not necessarily correct. And that's the problem nowadays, that you can make a video and show a whole bunch of stuff and, quote this and quote that. And then everyone's like, oh, my God, I knew it. This was correct, when that's not the case.
That's facts. I agree with that 100%, sis. 100%. And that's it goes a lot to what I was saying, bro. That's why I said a lot of times right or wrong comes down to a perspective, bro. A lot of times when people say, well, we just gonna have to agree to disagree, it's because it's two people that's probably debating and they come to a stalemate because they both have facts to validate the points that they're making. But they both have different perspectives, but they can't say that his perspective is wrong, and the other guy can't say his perspective is wrong. So they really have to agree to disagree because they both have enough information to validate what? Their perspective. And once again, drives us right back. A lot of times, which is where I started up, right or wrong, just comes down to perspective. That's what happens.
But your perspective can always always be limited to what you see. There is that saying, to never stand too close to the elephant. You have to sort of, back up to see the whole clear picture. And a lot of people just think because I see things this way, that's the way it is, and don't understand that sometimes you do need to step back and realize that it's always a bigger picture. You're just detailing, what you see in front of you. That's
a fact. That's a fact. Which, if you could grasp the bigger picture, if you could grasp things in totality, it would do what? It would change your what? Perspective. So what you once thought was true because of your perspective, when you broaden your horizons, and look at all angles, you change your perspective. And now that's not true anymore. This is true, which again kind of supports that truth, right or wrong, is often, it comes down to perspective, bro. That's all I've ever said, bro. And I mean, I can keep going back to that because, again, like, that's the thing. Morals, ethics, a lot of these things are about perspectives, whether it's a society beliefs, a group of people, a cult, a gang, whatever. It's all, a lot of this stuff is based on, you know what I mean? The idea of, let me say this too. So here's something. The idea of pedophilia, okay? The idea of pedophilia is wrong, right? Let me clear this up, okay? Because I'm biased, man. Like, he feels like everybody has to agree with the way he sees things. Pedophilia is wrong no matter what perspective. Leaving America isn't needed to know that. Pedophilia is wrong. I agree with that. Pedophilia and the idea of pedophilia, if you're committing those acts, like you guys know that show, Chris Hansen, To Catch a Predator. Remember, he used to do that. These guys used to come in the house and he would set them up and all of that kind of stuff, right? I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys seen that. The idea of pedophilia is absolutely wrong. I don't disagree with unbiased sentiment here, okay? And I may have been misunderstood, but I never meant that the idea of pedophilia is right or wrong. But understand this. Pedophilia may not be an idea in another country because it's not pedophilia to them. So you're correct, unbiased. Pedophilia is wrong. And the whole idea that, you know why it's wrong? Because each and every one of those idiots that they caught on Dateline To Catch a Predator, they were trying to hide it. You know why they were trying to hide it? Because they felt like it was wrong. So if you're doing something that you have to fucking hide from people, it's because you know fucking well it's wrong and you shouldn't be doing it. Therefore, it's wrong. But the people in this other country that I'm talking about, unbiased, they go about through life. They talk about it at Sunday dinner, in the bar with their friends. Yeah, I'm getting ready to marry my daughter off to Pedro over here, or whatever his name might be. And they're not trying to hide a goddamn thing. And you know why they're not trying to hide it? Because in that society, it's not considered the idealism of pedophilia, and it's not wrong in that society. Now, you can call it what the fuck you want to call it, but in that society, it is not wrong. And it's not wrong based on the perspective, their perspective of how they want to come up. It's not wrong. Call it what you want in America. And that's the point I'm making. So you can keep coming with these fucking comments and you can say it's wrong no matter what. Okay, and I will agree. The idea of pedophilia is wrong. But if this comes from conducting life and it's not pedophilia and it's a part of their culture and their tradition, you can call it what the fuck you want to call it, but you can't call it wrong.
Okay, so can I say one thing?
Yeah, go. Sorry, Kat, go ahead.
Okay. So we just said that certain people just look at things from their perspective, they don't see the bigger picture. So can we say that because they're speaking about it towards their cultural impact and how they see things, they're not looking at it from a bigger picture? Because in America, we're such a diverse country, we can see the bigger picture and understand why it's wrong, but we also understand why they may think it's okay, but that doesn't change the fact that it is wrong.
Okay, Cap, let me tell you real quick what I think is wrong, Cap. And this is about a bigger picture, okay? Let me tell you what I think is wrong and what I think is more devastating and more detrimental. What I think is wrong is being the most powerful country in the world, absolutely deceiving and fooling your entire public, absolutely discriminating against certain races in your public, absolutely allowing these things, okay? I think that that is terribly wrong, what this country is doing to our people. At every level, at every imaginable rate you can think of. I think that that's wrong. Now, as Americans, we may think that whatever society is out there that thinks that marrying their daughters off at 14 years old, as Americans, we may think that's wrong. Thank you, Julius. Thank you, Julius. He has the same view. So what now, AOPS? What, Ring IQ's confused too? That's what's wrong with Americans. Because you don't see it the way they see it, you're confused or you're wrong. That's the ideal we put out. But let me get back. I digress. The thing is this. The things that we do over here, a lot of countries around the world think is wrong. Because we have a grandiose society, because we have a lot of influence around the world, it doesn't make us or our idealism or anything we do in this country any better or any worse than anybody around the world. And as Americans, we have to stop thinking that our ideals are correct and other people's are wrong. Because the point is this, and I keep trying to drive this home. If you guys were raised under another religion in another country, you would think that the way Americans see things are wrong. You would feel like that's truth. Some people are even willing to strap a bomb to them and blow themselves up because they believe that it's that much truth, that this cesspool of wickedness, this government doesn't have the right to tell anybody how to live or react or do whatever the way they're doing. Everything coming out of, hold on, Smoke. Everything coming out of that country, and I'm talking about America, how people look at it, is wrong. Everything. And I tend to agree with them if they have that view. And I just explained that because I don't feel like America has no right to go around with what they're doing to us. But there are many countries around the world that feel that way, that everything goes on here is wrong because of our government, our ideals, our policies, our morals. They feel like it's terribly wrong.
Okay, so I think there's some specific issues, and then there's the way that the world is organized, right? So to address one of the things that you were saying, right? There's a tribe, I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of that tribe is, in Eastern Africa, where the tribal leaders are also shaman, and they are the absolute power, right? So for moral crimes like thieving, if you can't pay the fine, they will take your child as a bride for the, for the powers that be, for these shaman leaders, right? And so just to back up, like how I even know this story is there's the United Nations is an official body, right? It's a bunch of nation states. But then you have these NGOs, these non-government organizations that go around the world and look for human rights, right? Amnesty International is one of them, right? So that's a separate group that does, you can do Human Rights Watch, you can do whatever the hell, right? But what they're actually doing is making sure that nation states are in compliance with what the United Nations Human Rights Charter is. Right. So that's really what we're talking, like when we're saying about America, it's not just America that has this thing. Like it's anyone who is signed on to this to the UN Human Rights Charter. Okay, yeah, you have to behave.
That doesn't make it right, Smoke. That doesn't make it right or wrong. So I get all of that, bro. But
I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I'm just saying that the idea that it's an American thing, right?
It's not an American thing. It's an agreement amongst a bunch of countries. That's cleared up. It don't change my fucking point, fam.
I'm not changing your point. I haven't even got to my point. I'm just making examples. I haven't made my point yet.
Get to it, bro, because I got shit out like you.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Never mind. They don't have time for it. That's cool. Maybe it's a little bit too time.
I don't know where you going with this. Is like you dragging.
Okay, where I'm going with it is this idea that there's a nation there's the idea that there's some nation on this planet that has the moral standing to dictate to anybody what to do. That doesn't exist. And that's also not even what's happening with America, unless you're talking about specific groups within America that do that. And even within there, they're still operating within the social contract of the United Nations, all of the nations of the world.
Right, right. So you know why they don't have the right to do that? Thank you. They don't have the right to do that. You're right, Smoke. They don't.
The only reason they would have the right to do it is if those nations signed on to the charter.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but it ain't no reason, because that doesn't exist, and that was my whole point. They don't fucking have the right to do that, and even the United Nations know they shouldn't have the right to do that. So for all of these fucking Americans, they think that everybody around the world should do things because of. Again, that's my whole point, bro. Like, y'all keep. I don't know, bro. I don't know. So, okay, Amaz, you said this issue wasn't telling any country to act anyway. The issue was saying that the perspective of what would be considered pedophilia is wrong. No, Amaz, the issue I was making was this, and you still not getting it. It may be considered pedophilia here, unbiased, but if it's not considered pedophilia somewhere else, then there's no issue at all. They don't even look at it as pedophilia. See, pedophilia is wrong. But these other countries don't even look at it as pedophilia. There are no laws in place. It's not called pedophilia. It's called my daughter getting married, unbiased. But here, that's called pedophilia. You understand what I'm saying? That's the issue. At least that's my issue, unbiased. Here, it's called pedophilia. There, it's not called anything. It's not illegal. It's not taboo. And it's not wrong. You can say it's wrong, and you can believe in your heart that it's wrong, but that's based on the beliefs of your society or your religion that says that it's wrong. Regardless of what statement you put up there, unbiased, that's not going to change. And you and AOBs have to understand that I'm not defending these countries. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm just saying that that's the way it is in these other countries. And America, or anybody in America that believes in the way they grew up, cannot go telling those people they're wrong. Just because this sexual act is considered pedophilia in America, unbiased, it's not considered pedophilia in these other countries, unbiased. So pedophilia is wrong. Yes. The idealism of it, the act, and like I said, that's why I brought up the Chris Hansen, because these guys are hiding that. So they know that it's wrong. And it's considered pedophilia. But in the countries I'm talking about, unbiased, pedophilia? What do you mean? What is that? It ain't considered that. It's not looked at it as that. It's not taboo. It's nothing that these people have to hide. It's just the way it is, fam. It's just the way it is in those countries. So if it's just the way it is, how is it wrong? Because
right. It's whether or not those countries have said that they're going to agree with what the world's rules are concerning the issue.
Okay, Smoke. The countries that ain't signed that shit, it ain't wrong there. Can we get down with that, Smoke? Because I don't like. That's why I'm saying that shit you talking is irrelevant. Because all 195, hold up, Smoke. All 195 countries in the world, 95, 97, or something like that, are not signed to that, Smoke. So I'm not talking about none of them. I'm talking about the countries where it's fucking perfectly normal, fam. That's it. So if you're not talking about those countries, Smoke, where it's perfectly normal, that's not signed to your fucking agreement, then you ain't really talking about what I'm speaking about here, fam. Like, you're going off on a tangent about something else that's irrelevant. If they ain't signed to it, then they don't agree that it's right or wrong, right, Smoke? So why are we talking? Why we keep bringing them up? Why are they relevant? Just please tell me that, Smoke. Why are these countries that you're talking about relevant? What makes them relevant? Hello? I'm asking you a question now, Smoke. Which makes these countries that have not signed to this relevant? Like, all right, no answer for that. Cat culture tongue. Maybe you're having technical difficulties or whatever. But there he is. Yeah, that's all I want to know, Smoke. What makes these countries relevant to what I'm saying? What makes them relevant? Because I've excluded them.
Listen, the only places that I see the American government going in and dictating policy to are places that the American government are trying to exploit for its resources. American government does not go around taking moralistic positions unless they have some other economic interest.
Right, Smoke. So you know what else that does, Smoke? Even further validates what I'm saying. Thank you, Smoke. Thank you. It just further validates what I'm saying. They don't do it, Smoke, because it ain't right, bro. And that's all I'm saying.
Well, we also.
I'm just saying, smoke. I'm just saying they don't do it. The countries that you're talking about signed to this treaty, it's not allowed because it ain't right. It's something that would not be considered right for a country to go around dictating how other countries should be run. And that's the only point I'm making, bro. So, like, that's what I'm saying. All of this stuff that you bring into the table is valid facts. I appreciate it. But it really helps my point. These things don't exist because it doesn't make sense. Why would this exist? Why would they put a country in power to be able to dictate how other countries run their country? Other than that, it wouldn't be borders. It would be one fucking world order.
Yeah, like, that's part of what the design is, right?
Okay,
just to let you.
Here's the thing. I don't want to go down that path because I'm not talking about none of those countries.
Bro, this is not an argument. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to debate. I'm not trying to listen. And some of what I'm saying is about agreeing with you, right? And I'm giving you and I'm actually bolstering your point as you point out, right? I'm just giving some context to what you're saying. But there's also some context to what you're saying. There's also some pieces missing as to why this is happening. It is not just an idea that America feels like they are morally superior. They are trying to do business, and they have to be in compliance with their own. They have to be in compliance with their own treaties.
Slow down. That's the part I didn't want to get into. Why this is happening? I don't really give a fuck right now, and it's going to take too much time. So I'm not really trying to cut you off, but that's the rabbit hole I don't want you going down right now. Because it's relevant to the point that I'm making.
Can I say this, D? I think what you talking about.
Go ahead.
Because me and you got the same view. You understand? My beliefs are my beliefs, and I stand by them. That is what I believe. But I have to acknowledge that there are other people out there that do not believe what I believe. And when I'm acting upon my beliefs in their mind's eye, I am the villain. It goes back to the old proverb: one man's freedom fighter, one man's tyrant is another man's freedom fighter. One man's soldier is another man's freedom fighter. And you never, what we're talking about is the quote unquote absolute truth. And you'll find that truth is seldom ever absolute. It's seldom ever absolute.
What's going on, Dave?
If I decide to steal a piece of bread, right, from a company, right, I might, in my eyes, I might be right because I ain't got no bread, so I gotta eat, I gotta survive. I'm doing what's right for me. But me stealing from somebody is not right for them. And it's always gonna be that way. It's always gonna be that battle of perspectives. At the end of the day, I don't think that it's right. And what America's actually doing is not imposing their beliefs on other people so much as trying to assimilate them into their system. That's what they're actually doing. But that's another conversation entirely. They're just trying to assimilate them to take advantage of their natural resources. That's what they're actually doing. But I equate it to the Crusades. I equate it to the Crusades in the sense that you don't have the right to go to a foreign land and try to take what does not belong to you. That doesn't belong to you. But that is based on what? My beliefs. Those are not somebody else's beliefs. Somebody else's beliefs might be only the strong survive and power is not given. Power is taken. There are those people that have those beliefs. That's their perspective. Are they wrong in their own eyes? No, but they wrong to me. But we're two different people. Which one of our opinions is more valid than the other?
Neither.
Yeah, man, that's 100% right. And Ring IQ.
I got a super chat. I'm gonna let you go. Let me get this super chat.
Oh, okay, all right.
Andrew Tucker World in the building. What's up, Andrew? I appreciate you, brother. He said, my big brother D, speak your mind. Keep up the great work, brother. Much love and respect. Much love and respect to you, Andrew. I really appreciate that. Second one, Ring IQ, just a quick question before I answer this, before I respond to this. Did you hear me defending either side? Did you hear that?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. Now, M. Ali, A. Obbs, and maybe unbiased, maybe not unbiased. I ain't defending shit, bro. This what must be what. That's why I asked Ring IQ, because he's being civil here. He's rational. he's trying to further explain to you. I have not defended a goddamn thing. What I'm trying to tell you guys is people have their own perspective, and you can't tell them they're wrong. I'm not defending their perspective. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not advocating for it. I'm not subscribing to it. I'm not pushing for their fucking perspective. I'm saying their perspective is of their own, and you can't tell them they're wrong. So if someone was to kill my family, I'm going to strap the fuck up and obliterate them. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to sit there and talk about, oh, well, his beliefs are this, that. Don't be an idiot, bro. Don't be a fucking idiot. Because that's not what I'm saying. And if you think that's what I'm saying, and I often do this, Emma Malley, don't get offended. You idiot. Okay? If you think that's what I'm saying, you idiot. That's all I got to say to that.
I want to say that a lot of what we do as human beings comes down to constructs, like time, for example. Time is a perspective, because time is not a real thing. It's not tangible. You can't touch time. Time is a human concept. The concept of right and wrong is also a human concept. When the spider eats the fly, the spider's not wrong or right. The spider doing what he got to do to survive. Right and wrong don't come into it until a human being wants to decide whether or not it's right and wrong. And that is subject to the individual. To someone else, it might be right for the spider to eat the fly. To somebody else, it might be wrong for the spider to eat the fly. But that depends on the person. That's all concepts. None of that shit is real. None of it is real.
Let me piggyback off that, Ring IQ. There is a certain spider, I don't remember the exact name, it's a bunch of arachnids, but there's a certain spider. The female spider is much bigger than the male spider, okay? And upon birth, once she lays those eggs, she turns right around and kills the father and eat it. Now, she does that because she has to feed the younglings, right? Now, a human would look at that and say this, man, that's fucked up. She killed the father. But is it fucked up? Or is it life?
That's life. That's life. That's life.
But a human would say, man, that's fucked up. She killed the father. Because of perspective, bro. A human would look at that as being wrong because of perspective. So a lot of times, what I'm trying to explain to you people is that right and wrong often falls on perspective. Ring IQ, this is what I started off with about 3 hours ago, my nigga. And 3 hours
man.
I'm saying,
and I was gonna tell you, D, I 100% see the point you're coming from at, and the perspective you're giving the people. People are getting it like if you agree with that perspective, and I understand a lot of people have different cultures, different lifestyles, and that's just the world, bro. World history was made like that, man. People clash due to religion, due to morality, due to culture. Differences, bro, and that's just life, man. People, this ain't gonna be no utopia, man. People gotta, defend what you believe, but at the same time, don't impose your culture on other people.
Exactly.
Times are difficult, man. So we just gotta, find a ways where we can all live in peace and between each other. And even though we might be different, we might believe in different things, but we can all coexist at the same time, bro.
Another thing I want to add this to the conversation is that a lot of people treat the difference in beliefs as if that's a problem, and it's not a problem. For every force, there's an equal force. For every action, there's an equal reaction. We're supposed to be at odds with each other's beliefs the same way the lion is supposed to be at odds with the zebra, the same way the fly is supposed to be at odds with the spider. That's life, bro. Everybody not going to believe what you believe, and you got to accept that. Everybody is not going to believe. A long time ago, it was normal. What I don't think is right here today in 2020, a long time ago, that shit was normal to somebody, and to them, that it wasn't about right and wrong. They felt they was right, and if you asked around, the average motherfucker would have told you, nah, these motherfuckers is right. It's child labor. Like, remember, in the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, there was child labor. They had little kids working in unsafe conditions in factories and shit. And to them, that was normal. That was normal. So if you was around back then and you'd have asked somebody, yo, is child labor wrong? They'd have told you no. And you would have been hard pressed to find somebody that felt the way that you do. So it's all perspective, bro. At the end of the day.
Hey, Julius, ask women and Cat since you're a woman, you're on this panel, I'll ask you this right now. Back in the day, it was considered right, a man's right to beat his wife if she didn't listen. It was his right. You can't get involved in that man's house. That's that man's home. He has to, that's his right to do that. Do you believe it's right, Kat? In 2020, Kat, do you believe that's right? A man has a right to beat his wife if she doesn't comply? You think that's right?
No. And as a society, we grew out of that, didn't we?
I'm gonna let you rock.
Okay, go ahead.
I gotta make this point. So, at one point in time, in this very country, America, that everybody protected, that was a man's right to do that. It was not wrong. It was not wrong.
And it still is. Some people still think like that.
But is it right though?
No, it's not.
That's a perspective though. For the people that think that it is right, is it right to them?
It's right to them.
Thank you.
But listen, okay, we're not arguing that what you said was wrong. Where we argue that what you said was wrong was when you said that we as a society can't tell another society that they're wrong. That's where we're arguing with you at.
Okay, but we can't.
D, yes, we can. And we gave you a whole bunch of examples. Come on, man. Yes, we can.
No, we cannot.
Because with that logic, we'd still be stuck in slavery. Nazis would still be out here wilding. Come on now.
Now, but hold on. Now, Kat, this is what I'm going to say, right? This is why I agree with D, right? Ultimately, history is written by the winners. It's not written by morality or anything else. It's written by the winners. There's certain universal principles, right, that address what you're talking about. And it is that the majority rules when a society, when the human race decides that they don't want to do something anymore, it's a collective. And that power is not given, power is taken. So when you tell me that here today in 2020, it's wrong to do that. No, it's wrong based on my beliefs. Somewhere out there in a Middle Eastern country, there are still men that have that right. And if you ask those men, are they wrong for reserving the right to slap up their wife? They're going to tell you no. But if you come over here to the States, I'm going to tell you, yeah, they wrong. Which one of us is wrong? You got women over there that are abiding by that way of life. They're not running from it. They're abiding by it and working within it. That's their life. That's how they live. And they want to live that way.
Can I just make
there are some that say yes, and there are others that say no. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't just say, okay, because they're over here and they're doing X, Y, and Z, that everybody agrees, because that's not the case. They don't all agree to it, because from their point of perspective, all they saw was what's around them, right? So they're used to a certain way of life until they opened up their perspective and saw how the US, how the UK, and everyone else is, and they say, hey, there's another way. This is not the right way, or this is not the only way. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, but what makes them so right? What makes the UK, the US so right when they're the center of evil? They're known for exploiting people.
It's another wait. Exploiting people that wait, hold on. Let's stick to one topic, one conversation, okay? So you're saying, right, okay, who's right, who's wrong, right? So when you're speaking about someone and their beliefs, like we brought up like Nazi Germany, right? Because the Germans thought that it was okay to have the Holocaust because they thought, that they were above everybody, correct or wrong? Until people said, hey, hold up, wait a minute, that shit is wrong. And then we went to that's a whole other conversation. But just the fact that we said it's wrong because there was a certain amount of people that were hurting. Same thing with slavery, same thing with sexual trafficking. A lot of people agree with that shit, but that don't mean that shit is right.
Now this is what I'm gonna tell you.
I just want to throw on just to Kat's point. They even at the end of Nazi, when at the end of the war, in order to prosecute these people, they had to create a whole new court, right? The International Human Rights Court came out of that situation. So it's like we were saying, it is not just one nation state, right? It's a nation state that has agreement with every other nation state on how they're going to behave with each other, right? So in order to be a member of the United Nations, you have to behave yourself in a particular manner. And so if you want to do business, if you want to do business, let me just finish. If you want to do business in those states, right? If America wants to do business in XYZ developing country, they need to make sure that that developing country is comporting themselves in a manner so the United States can do business with them.
Smoke, does that make
all right? Now, what I was trying to communicate is that with everything that you and Kat just said goes back to what I said before. The majority rules and power is not given, it is taken. That's what speaks to what you guys are talking about. Enough people got together that said, we don't like this shit based on what they believe, and decided that they were going to abolish it. But to the people that were doing it, that were complicit with those things, they weren't wrong. They have two opposing perspectives. Only the strong survive. So enough people got together to abolish, the Nazis and what they were trying to do. Enough people got together that they decided that women deserve rights in the workforce and child labor should be outlawed, et cetera, et cetera. But what that really is just the majority rules and power is not given, it's taken. If we're just talking about perspectives like right and wrong, those are just subject to the individual, because somewhere else in the world is somebody out there that feels different than I do. Who am I to tell him that he's wrong? He's only wrong based on what I believe. But what if he doesn't believe what I believe? How's he wrong?
I don't think we're disagreeing with each other. I think we're saying the same basic thing in different ways.
Smoke. Kill that. When somebody sits up here, after everything Julius just says, and somebody sits up here and tell me I'm wrong, that America can't say that. That is a disagreement, Smoke. They're telling me that I'm wrong. Julius just cleared it up, how I wouldn't be wrong by that. Again, I'm not defending that. Ayob says, with that logic, you can justify anything. Again, I'm not defending, justifying, subscribing to anything. See? This is the part that people don't get. But you cannot say, based upon the perspective, that that's wrong. That's just what you believe in. That's just what these nations that you keep talking about, Smoke, all got together. That's what they believe in. It's 195 countries. Have 195 countries signed that, Smoke? That means that some of those countries may not believe that. But that's a perspective, dog. That's a perspective.
Yeah. All right. So just to clarify, I understand. I believe I came on and said I understand what you're talking about and don't disagree with the fact.
Don't say that because you said we are not.
No, right. When I was talking about was Julius's point, I was talking about Julius's point when he was talking about the tyranny of the majority. Right. I get that. And that's what we are all talking about, the tyranny of majority. I don't think that anyone is saying that that is not the way it works. The issue is whether or not America has a moral standing or anybody has a moral standing to dictate policy to somebody else. And then where does that power come from?
So you think they have the right?
From the Luciferians.
What I'm saying is.
No. I need you to answer this question. Do you feel personally, fuck all of these United Nations, fuck all of that. Do you feel personally that this nation has the right to tell another nation how to conduct their nation? What do you think about that, Smoke?
No, I don't.
No, all you can do, I believe there's a disconnect in even what that is happening. No, I do not believe that they have the rights to do that. But I also don't think, I've already said that, but I also don't think that's what's happening. What I'm saying is two parties are trying to come to an agreement in order to conduct business. And one party is saying to the other party, I can't do business with you unless you change. So if you don't change, that means we won't be doing business.
Smoke. I get that shit, bro. Okay, the business side of it, I get that. But that's not the fucking point I made, and that's not what people was telling me I was wrong to. Whether that's happening or not, Smoke. So all you're telling me is that's not what I think is happening. Okay, you're right about that. Fucking.
Look, can we use the legalization of marijuana as an example? A couple of years ago, you got all kinds of kids uptown in Harlem getting arrested for selling weed, right? Now they want to make it legal. Before it was wrong, now it's right. And that's how conceptual right and wrong are. Before it was wrong, and now it's right. Right and wrong are subject to change. It's not an absolute truth. It is merely a perspective. That's all it is. I don't feel that it's right. Based on what I believe, my beliefs could be rooted in religion and science simultaneously, right? And based on what I believe it's wrong to put a child to work. It could hurt them. It could stunt their growth. It could subject them to unhealthy conditions. But that is all based on what I believe. Somewhere else, you got 12-year-olds running around with rickshaws. And that's what they believe. I'm not going to impose what I believe on them. I'm only going to be the example of my beliefs and live within the parameters of my beliefs and let them live within the parameters of theirs, because what they doing don't affect me. And as long as what they do don't affect me, we shouldn't have a problem.
And look,
Now,
let me ask you this, Julius, because I may not be wrong, so I'm asking a question. Does the Chinese on average live longer than Americans?
That's a really good question, because
I think I read
yes they do. Yes,
right,
they do.
I think I read somewhere that they do. So here's my point. The lifespan. I'm getting ready to touch on this. The Chinese live longer than Americans, but child labor laws, and I'm just piggybacking on what Julius was talking about, these child labor camps and everything. So if they're living this lifestyle, working, and they have the potential to hurt themselves, they're still living longer than we are here. But here it's illegal, huh? And it's wrong here. But they're living longer lives than we are. Explain that to me if it's so fucking wrong.
I get what Dean's touching on, that's one of the virtues that we have. We want life, long life, and health. Based on what we believe, many of us as Americans, we want long life and health. And the reason that we're not complicit with child labor is because we feel that you could hurt the child, you could get the child killed. Yet in a country where there is child labor, people are living longer, which is a contradiction of what we believe.
Okay, guys, Chinese people do not live longer than Americans. Can we just stop with that? That's not true. Okay, that is absolutely not true.
Smoke. Look, fuck that. No, don't make you. Okay, Smoke, you may be right. If you don't remember, Smoke, I asked the question, but let's not.
I do remember.
Chill, and listen. So let's not even make this a debate about if Chinese or Americans live longer. Let's just say hypothetically they did live longer. And people are saying child labor laws are wrong. If they did live longer, it's the point that I'm trying to make, Smoke. It wouldn't justify that. It wouldn't logically validate that, because those people would be living longer, even though they're doing things that we say we don't believe in. And we have to remember that things come down to perspective. You cannot tell another nation that my nation should be able to govern your nation because the way we do it is better. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, D, I'm going to give you a better perspective, bro.
Right, okay, so when it comes to perspective, can I
yeah, real quick, Smoke, let me read this super chat and you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. Give me a second. Now, Chuck Collins, thank you. Have any of you ever heard of the Trail of Tears of Wounded Knee? Or Wounded Knee? Have any of you ever heard of ever been on an Indian reservation? It's not just black versus white. I appreciate that, Chet. It is. People have to open their mind and look at all perspectives.
Shout out to the
Indian Relocation Act. Yes, the Indian Relocation Act. But I would just like to lend another perspective from our own country in modern times. I have a friend who has a girlfriend who says that she needs to get her ass whooped or else she's not going to behave properly, right? So when you talk about perspectives and you talk about all this stuff, all these high-minded morals, you really are just talking, there still comes down to what you're saying, there's still perspective.
Yeah, that's my whole point. Because a lot of African Americans right now believe it's right to beat your children into compliance. They believe it's right to do that. They believe they have the right to do that. Even though
most people think that.
Hold on. Even though laws have changed and said that you can't be whooping your kids with extension cords, there are African Americans say those motherfuckers can't tell me how to raise my kids. They feel like they have every right, and it's right for them to hit these kids with fucking extension cords. Now, a lot of us don't feel like that's right. But why do they feel like it's right? Because they were taught this by their parents, and that is their fucking perspective. Okay? And again, right or wrong often falls on perspective. That's all I ever said, and we still going back and forth. No, you are wrong. America can tell another country how to govern their system. No, they cannot.
I firmly don't agree. I like that, and I think that's the nature of the conversation. does the United States, I heard what Get the Smoke said. Get the Smoke is saying that that's really not what's going on when it comes to geopolitics. So I get that. It's just that there are people within America who feel that we have the right to impose our beliefs on other people because they don't align with our own. And I don't think that we have the right
and
to
that's
do
what
that.
I was told that I was wrong about. That fact right there is what I was told I was wrong about. And what I'm saying is, look, I'm saying perspective anyway. So don't fucking tell those people they're wrong, but you damn sure not going to sit up here and tell me I'm wrong because I say American don't have the right to govern. No, fuck that, bro. Like, how can I be wrong about that? Tell me how America has the right to do that. Just because, because America, something that they're saying, a policy that they're saying you may agree with, that don't give them the right to do it anyway. Just because you say, oh, well, I don't believe that it should be slavery. Okay, I can agree with that, but you're saying just because you agree with it, it gives that nation the right to impose their will on another nation because you agree with it? No. That's not
I'm gonna say even the right, even the entitlement itself is conceptual because it doesn't boil down to the entitlement. It actually boils down to whether or not you have the power to impose your beliefs, because that's what really happens. Do you have the power to impose your beliefs on another nation? Because that's what's actually going on. I can't look at it this way, right? Mark thinks that Kazuto Uyoka is gonna beat Kosei Tanaka. I think Kosei Tanaka gonna beat him, right? Now, until they fight, it really don't matter. But I don't have the power to impose my beliefs on him, and he don't have the power to impose his beliefs on me. Those are our two different perspectives. Now,
but you can't influence. I'm sorry, but you can influence though, and that's what we were trying to sort of squeeze in there. And I don't really think you guys picked up on that.
No. I agree with influence. See, I said impose, basically telling the nation what to do, Cat. I agree that if you have, if there is I sat up here on a live and I talked about whooping your children.
I remember.
Okay, I think that there's a better way. So I can speak my piece and influence people, but I can't tell people how to raise their fucking kids, bro. And this is what I'm saying about America. Yeah, I agree that you can spread your influence, but you don't have the fucking right to go tell another land how to raise their people or how to bring their people or govern their people, bro. That's what I'm saying. Influence? Yeah, I agree with that. So
yeah,
I'm hearing you guys. Y'all ain't fucking hearing me. You cannot impose your will. That's what I'm saying. Y'all not hearing me. I'm hearing you. You're not hearing me.
Can I say this? Based on my beliefs, right? Because somebody else's beliefs are different than mine. Based on my beliefs, it's wrong for you to send boots on the ground to a foreign nation armed with artillery and weapons and all of that, and you trying to tell them people how to live. That's wrong to me. You don't have the right to do that based on my beliefs. But based on your beliefs, which is power, let's call it what it is. It's power, it's capitalism. That's what it is. Those are your beliefs. You have the power to implement that. It all boils down to power because power isn't given, power is taken. So what America's doing is taking away people's power because they have the power to do so. They have the power to impose their beliefs on other people. And that's why I'm saying they're wrong. You don't belong over there. Get your nose out of their business. Before you try to sort their house out, why don't you sort your own house out? Because we got problems over here.
I understand. Wait. I understand
we can't even get along in this country, bro.
I hear you. But at the same time, certain situations have been used to help because there have been a whole bunch of incidents where people end up getting hurt and people end up being the victims. So in situations when it's helping society in a way, it's not necessarily saying what you're doing is wrong, but when there's a group of people that are being hurt, that's when we should all step in and be like, yo, what the fuck? It's not necessarily saying because we live this way, you need to live this way. It's just certain situations that happen when we speak about children, they're being hurt. When we were speaking about Germany, there were certain people that were being hurt.
Right.
Yes, but that's not why we got involved. That's not why we got involved. You know what?
No. Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
before y'all go there, I want to say this, Kat. I agree with the sentiment, okay?
Right.
I do think that people should get involved. If they're, like I said, that's why I put that live up about beating your kids versus not beating your kids. I do think that these things need to be shared. If there is a better way, of course we should share that. Only thing I'm saying is we don't have the right individually or as a government to force that. We don't have that right. We don't have that right just because we feel like this is a better way. Because what's the reality of history? We thought things was the right way and found out that there was actually another way. So if we impose our will saying that this is a better way, what if 15, 20 years later we find out that we were wrong as a country? And
that's what That's what happened with Galileo. That's what happened with Galileo. Galileo told everybody Venus is not what y'all think it is. Venus is a planet. What did they do to Galileo? They called him a heretic and locked him up for a bunch of years. Come to find out, Galileo was right. Venus is not what y'all think it is. It's a planet. That's what it is. And we are not the center of the universe. We're not even the center of the solar system. But when he made that suggestion, because they wanted to impose their beliefs on him, they locked him up. And come to find out he was right. This is where perspective comes into it. Do not impose your beliefs on other people. Let them make the decision what they want to do. As long as what they believe in don't affect you, leave them alone. Let them live. And that's the way it should be.
I'm gonna give you a perspective, D, of what Western countries and Western, medias are pushing on other Eastern country, African countries, and even some Latin American countries, bro. Homosexuality and transsexualism, bro. In America, that in the 1800s was considered a mental illness. So why all of a sudden they switched it up, bro? And now they're pushing all these other countries through the UN, through fucking NATO, and pushing all this shit on countries that don't want to accept that, bro.
The public to it. That's a fact. That's a good point, Jefe. And I love that because they're trying to desensitize the world to that, as if they're trying to make it appear. Look at the LGBT community. We all have our own, especially religious people. Man, that's a good point Al Jefe just brought up. We all have our own beliefs when it comes to homosexuality. Now, the LGBT community and a lot of what's going on in Hollywood, which El Jefe is bringing up, a lot what's going on with governments around the world are trying to desensitize the public to this and make them believe that it's right, that they have their rights. They're trying to normalize this thing. Okay. Now, whether or not you agree with it or not, this is what's happening. They're trying to make it normal because when more people around the world believe, hey, they got their right to be gay, to marry within family, to do whatever they want, then it becomes a truth. That's how things become truth because the mass perspective is, hey, they have their own rights. They can do what they want. And I believe in that too. Just to let y'all know, I believe people should be able to do what they want. I don't give a damn. It doesn't affect me. So I actually believe in that. But once they push that agenda, then people will walk around and they'll be homosexuals and nobody will think twice of it. And because they have their right, it's right if they want to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But there are still people that believe that's terribly wrong.
Yeah, but that's influence.
Okay, but still, that's influence, Kat, and I never argue with the influence. What I'm saying is you can't impose. So do you believe that the LGBT now can impose on heterosexuals that this is the way? Do you think that they can impose their beliefs on us?
Here's the thing.
Come on. Well, let me finish. I'm talking to Kat right now. Kat, do you believe that the LGBT can impose their beliefs on heterosexuals and make us believe that what they're doing is correct, is right or wrong? Okay, okay, so America can't do that either, sis. They can't.
Okay, what about the flip side? But what about the flip side? What about the flip side? Can heterosexuals tell LGBT people that what they're doing is wrong?
No.
Yeah, we can, bro. We can, bro. Yes, we can.
No, we cannot. We don't have to.
Yes, we can, bro. And the Bible says it's an abomination, bro. Like we have cultural differences right there, bro.
That was a belief, fam. So if you believe in the Bible and you believe in that religion, then that would make it your truth, El Jefe. But
Can I say this? I want to say this about the Bible, right? I'm a God-fearing person. I always have been. So based on my beliefs, yes, there's certain things that are identified as being wrong. However, in the Bible, it says, judge not, lest ye be judged. He who is without sin cast the first stone. All right. So if you're going to worry about their fucking sins, do what I did. What did I just say? Before you worry about their sins, worry about your own. Before you worry about somebody else's country and what's going on over there, worry Worry about your own, because you got your own goddamn set of problems. You are not in a perfect position to dictate to other people how they should live when you have internal problems you haven't even fixed yet.
Right. And upon the Bible, if you believe in the Bible, how can you believe in that, but then believe America has the right to impose their will when God tells you that's not the case? So what is it you believe in? Do you believe in your Bible, your book, or do you believe in what the fucking governments of the world tell you? Which one you believe in?
Can I respond, bro? Can I respond? Because
go ahead.
I believe in the Bible, bro. That's my perspective, bro.
Yeah, but you agree
I think
with
the Bible.
You agree with
I think the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with y'all, and I'm not pushing nothing on nobody, bro. But I feel the LGBT is pushing shit on me, bro. And in the future, bro, when I have kids, bro, I don't want them to grow up in a society where they think that's okay, bro. So you got to understand my perspective, where I'm coming from. I don't want to tag nobody, bro. And as soon as I disagree on something like this, bro, I get labeled, bro, a homophobe, bro. So come on, man.
No, I'm not gonna put a label on you, but I do think that a lot of people don't understand that this has always been here from ancient fucking Greece. Hercules and Aeolus. In versions of the story, there's a version where Aeolus is his cousin. There's another version of the story where Aeolus is his lover. And this is thousands of years old. This is not new. It's been here. What I'm gonna say is, yo, look, it's people that eat pork and it's people that don't eat pork. It's people that eat fish and it's people that don't eat fish. Let them live. Honor the differences. That is not your problem. If ain't nobody trying to put nothing in your booty hole, you don't need to worry about what they doing. That's their booty hole. Let them do with their booty hole what they want to do with their booty hole. That's their problem.
I don't have the right to tell them if they're right or wrong. I don't have any right to do that. That's what they want to do. That's what they believe is right.
But the difference between that and what I'm saying, bro, they're not pushing it 24/7, bro.
Yeah,
like these people are pushing it, bro.
We get that, and that's what I'm saying. The same thing that community is doing, trying to push their ideals on.
Yeah, but that is completely ignoring the fact that heterosexuals push their ideals all the time, every day. The same Hollywood that pushes LGBT pushes. They also push it, monogamy and any number of things about how you're supposed to conduct yourself sexually, right? It's not just
smoke. Before you go on these tirades, that's wrong too. We don't agree with that too, because that's the same thing that me and Ring IQ are talking about. That's why I don't want you going on those tangents like that, bro. With the heterosexual community, Smoke, or with the LGBT. Here's the point, and why you don't need to go off on that tangent. They both have their rights, Smoke, and neither of them can impose their will, Smoke. This is why you don't have to go on that tangent. That's the point Ring IQ are and myself we're making. They both have the right to do what the fuck they want, and neither of them have the right to impose their will, Smoke. So you don't have to defend them or say that they do it too. I get that.
I'm not defending. I'm just making sure that when we say look at what the LGBT is doing, that we're also looking at what the non-LGBT is doing, right? That's it. I know you did, but you didn't say it before I said it. That's why I said it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want you to continue. I don't want you to do it again. You don't have to go on these tangents defending the other side, because it's not about one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm not doing that. That is your characterization.
We're not doing that then. My bad. I mischaracterized what you.
Can I say this? Look, I had a conversation with my wife, right, about African Americans getting roles in Hollywood. And what we was talking about, at least what I imparted to her, is stop waiting for Hollywood to give you a role and make a role. When Sylvester Stallone, nobody gave him Rocky. He made Rocky. He wrote Rocky. He directed Rocky. So don't wait for Hollywood to give you a door to walk through. Create a door and walk through it. And the same is true with everything in life. Do not worry about so-and-so and what the fuck.
Hey, Ring, JJ, what they say about women in hip hop? What did Missy Elliott do? She wrote, she produced.
Exactly.
She coordinated. She did everything. So what women can't do in the rap industry, Missy Elliott proved all of that wrong.
Exactly.
What they cannot do. Don't do that.
I agree with that, D. But let me give you a point of view of what something happened that I've seen in the news lately. There's this dude. I guess he was dating this chick, and he thought it was a chick, bro. But I guess when they went to the bedroom, bro, he felt something else, bro. So what the dude ended up doing, bro, he ended up bodying the transsexual, bro, because they thought it was a woman. So it was a dude playing a woman, bro. So you know what I'm saying? Those type of situations
I
can
don't
happen
disagree
every
with
time,
you, bro. I don't disagree with you, bro, because truth, all right, truth is a universal principle. You got to let things be what they are. Do not be divisive. A part of that is because I'm religious. Well, I'm not religious, but I believe in God, and I'm firmly against lying because lying creates problems. That individual that was in that situation lied about what they were because they didn't let the person know what they was. So you created that problem the second you started lying. You should have told that person what it really was, and you didn't for fear that they wasn't gonna fuck with you. All right, then you made your bed. Now you got to lie in it. Now you got to lie in it. Tell the truth at all times. Tell the truth at all times. Don't lie about shit. Lying is for the weak.
You're taking away the person's decision when you do that. When you start fooling around with them, you're not giving them the decision. You're taking away. You're taking away their opportunity to decide if they want to do that or not, because you're deceiving them. Like, come on, bro.
That's some real shit, bro. Because I be shook, bro. When I be in them clubs, bro, I be shook, bro. I gotta double check, man, because I don't know.
And I ain't mad at, bro. I ain't mad at you. If you downtown in Manhattan, let me tell you something. If you in downtown Soho, right, in Manhattan, right, it's a lot of broads. They look all right, but the Village ain't far away. So is that really a broad that you're looking at? You don't know.
Hey, Ring. Hey, Cat, Ring. Y'all ever seen Crocodile Dundee? Remember he was in the bar and he just grabbed me and said, "Oh, I just had to see." You know what I mean? Yeah,
it's a lot of shit like that. But I'm gonna say that when it comes to cases like that, you should never be divisive. You should never be deceptive. Like, I don't think that anybody should lie about anything because lying don't help shit. It just creates a bigger problem later on. Lying don't help shit, and that's what I notice about lying. It's a constant, no matter what belief system you abide by. Lying don't help nobody. It don't help nothing. So if you want to put on dresses and shit like that, I ain't mad at you, man. That's your life. You got to wear that shit, not me. You deal with the brunt of that, not me. But don't lie about it because you're going to put yourself in a situation, somebody going to get real fucking mad and something bad to happen to you. Don't lie about it.
I don't think anything ever good comes out
can
of
come
lying.
from lying. Yeah. So can I go back to what we were talking about really quick? I think Ring IQ said something that didn't sit well with me. You said that we should pretty much if it doesn't affect us, then we shouldn't speak on it. And you can't think like that. Because
that's not what that's not what I said. I said get your own house in order before you go trying to get somebody else's house in order. That's what I said. Yeah. Get your own house in order.
You don't have the right to speak on it. If you toting a whole lot of fucking garbage, then how you gonna talk about somebody else's garbage? Get rid of your garbage first. And then tell that person, advise them on how to get rid of their garbage.
Bingo! But that doesn't necessarily mean that their advice is not true or you can't take it into consideration.
That's true. We're not saying that, Kat. We're not saying that their advice is not true or that you can't. But what I'm saying is you don't have the right to do that. If you toting all of this garbage and you treating people wrong and you're shitting on people, then how do you have the right to go tell someone else that they should be doing right? You're doing wrong yourself. You're doing a lot of wrong yourself. How do you have the right to go demand another country does the correct thing?
If we were to sit here and talk about morals and about what people do right and wrong, we would never get anywhere as a people, point blank, period, because everybody has skeletons in the closet. Is that true or is that false?
That's true, but Kat, what I'm gonna say. You support what we say by saying that, man. You gotta understand.
Did we actually get somewhere, or did we just get older and we still have the same problems? Because I feel like all we did was get older and we still have the same problems. Flint, Michigan does not have clean water. They don't have it. That's I'm saying that they don't have it, right? So before I worry about somebody else's problems that need a solution, I have to come up with a solution for my problems that involve my people so that maybe my people can get into a position of power where we can start changing things. But until we do that, we do not have the right to dictate to people in a foreign land what they need to be doing. We don't have that.
I don't think it's dictating, though. On certain occasions, I don't think it's dictating. I really don't.
Kat,
I don't think
Kat, I didn't mean to cut you off now, but when you take military forces in there and demand That's dictating, man.
Yeah, yes, but that's not in all cases, though. That's not in all cases.
Well, those are the cases I'm speaking of. When I fucking
that's what you're speaking
and
about.
taking the war and lie to us, telling us we're paying for this, and they go in there and they take military forces in there. I don't fucking think America has the right to do that.
Because anything that's relating to Saudi Arabia, to Iraq, that's all interest in money and oil. It has nothing to do with how they live, how they don't, and we all know that.
Okay. Yeah, as the, you know, to what we were talking about earlier, when you were talking about George Bush, he was in that speech when he was talking about the liberation of Kuwait and all that stuff. They were in the New World Order speech. It was changing from America's stance of how we're going to use the military. We're no longer going to use it just for defense. We're also going to use it to promote our own self-interest. Right, that is what that whole New World Order speech was, and that's why they went into Kuwait for this whole oil thing. Sure, it was the liberation because Iraq had anyway. Like what happened with Iraq and Kuwait is a whole nother conversation. But America's involvement in it, right, was about us changing our military stance about where we're going, how we're going to use the military. Yeah. Now, if you have a philosophical problem with that, I can definitely understand. If you have a philosophical problem with the military at all, I can definitely understand, right? But these are what these are, philosophical differences. Is right and is truth an absolute, or is might right? It's the world that we live in, an imperfect place, and so you have to deal with that in and of itself, or do you get outside of the imperfection and just live the reality that you want? For me,
that's a big question. That's a big question. That's a real big question.
So let me answer. Let me give my answer to this real quick. Julius, you got next, man. You don't do either, Smoke, because God gave us the power. And my spirituality, I truly believe this. You don't do either. You utilize your power that God gave you to create what it is you desire in your existence. That's what you do. You create what you desire, because we are all here to create. He gave all of us the power to do that. Don't tell me that we can't create certain things. See, movements, guys that started single movements created certain things in the society. They told Thomas Edison that he wouldn't be able to harness the power of electricity so that we can utilize it like all of us use it today. And he tried. The feat, how many times he tried, is even more amazing than him actually harnessing that power. He tried over 10,000 times before he got it right. Who the fuck does that? Who tries anything more than 10 times before they get it right and before they just quit and say, fuck it? He tried over 10,000 times to harness that power. Now, the whole world can utilize that. But at one point, they called him a crackpot. No, we're going to have to keep lighting these lanterns. It's not true that you can harness that power. We don't even know what the fuck it is. But he harnessed that power because we're here to create whatever we desire to create in our existence.
Just to jump on, just with your analogy, right? There's also Nikola Tesla, who also harnessed electricity. The issue was how the people were going to access the new technology. And that's where the corporate interest and why the system and the world, the way it's organized, comes into play. And that whole tyranny of the majority. Because what Tesla wanted was free energy for everybody. But what Edison's backers was, we're going to have to pay to get electricity.
Yeah. Can I say this? Look. To respond to what was said before, I believe that every individual, based on my beliefs, you have the right to live how you want to live. You have that right. It is not my reserved right to take that away from you. You have the option of choice the same way that I have the option of choice, and you should have that choice. It is not my God-given right to impose on you, because based on what I believe, only God reserves the right to dictate to man what man needs to be doing. That's what I believe, and I'm not God. So I can't tell you you can't do this and you can't do that. What I can tell you is that it does not align with my beliefs. And if it doesn't, depending on whether or not it does or it doesn't, that's what will dictate what I do. I don't believe in hurting people, don't believe in slavery, I don't believe in none of those things. I believe all of that is wrong, and that's because it aligns with my beliefs. But I have to acknowledge that everybody's not Judeo-Christian. Everybody doesn't draw their beliefs from the Bible the way that I do. So I have to give them that respect. You don't got to read what I read. You ain't got to drink Bustelo coffee. Maybe you like Folgers. You know, it's a lot of things. And I'm not going to impose my ways upon you. You have a right to live how you want to live.
God gave us that right. God gave us that right to live the way we want to live, not to have another man tell us how we supposed to live. M. Ali says, M. Ali, like, you talking about I'm lost. I think you're lost. But
yeah, he's trolling, bro.
M. Ali says, D, you said looting was wrong. But is it their but it's their perspective. Yeah. Yeah, check this out. Hold on, Al-Hafe. Ali, I did say looting was wrong. And yes, it is their perspective. But Ali, did you see me attempt or say that we need to put an organization together to go stop them and tell them that they have to stop looting? Did I take my time out? Did I say that I have the right to go tell them that they have to stop looting? I never said that. I don't have to agree with it, Ali. I don't have to think it's right because that's my perspective. I don't think that it's right that you take from another man. I don't believe it's right that you take or destroy anything because the energy you put out will be returned. So if you're out there stealing, if you're out there destroying property, that negative, or if you perceive it as negative energy, that's how the universe works. It will come back to you. So I think that it's wrong that you do that. Do I think I have the right to go stop them and dictate whether they can do that or not? No, I don't think I have the right to do that. And I never said that I did, Ali. And that's the point we're making. And once again, if you can't get that, it's you that's lost, friend. You're lost.
Yeah, because I mean, I look at it as causality. If the system is broken, it's going to work to correct itself the same way the planet does. That's basically what weather is. There's an imbalance in the sky, and it works to correct itself. That creates storms, that creates hurricanes, that imbalance. And everything is about balance. Everything is about homeostasis, which goes on in the human body. At the end of the day, it's not my job to tell Get the Smoke that he gotta like Vasyl Lomachenko. It's not my job to do that. Like, that's not my job. If he don't want to like him, then he ain't gotta like him. Now, depending on why that is, we can have a discussion about it. If we're willing to entertain each other's ideals and our perspectives, we can have a discussion about it. But at the end of the day, I say it on the channel all the time. If you don't want to like a motherfucker, that's just your motherfucking problem. Like, that's on you. I'm not trying to convince you. Remember, you came here. So if you want to know what I think, this is what I think. You understand? And this is why. But it's not my job to tell you you gotta like a motherfucker. You gotta like this shit. You gotta like that shit. That's not my job, dog. You can hate whatever the fuck you want to hate. Right. And I'm gonna believe whatever the fuck I want to believe about it. Because I have that right the same way you do.
Facts. Unbiased said God gave black men the right to freedom, but the perspective of slavery was imposed on them. Now look, Unbiased, let me ask you this. Do you think that it was right that that was imposed on them? I want you to put your answer. Do you think that it was right that that perspective was imposed on them? Because if your answer is no, then you further support what I'm saying about the United States. Because
here's another question. Again, flipping on its head.
Yeah. How about you let me finish first? Okay, so if your answer is no, then that's what you're saying about the United States. It's not their right to impose whatever they believe on anyone else. It wasn't the white man or whoever you want to blame had no right to impose that on the black man. Yes, it might have happened, but they have the right to do it. No.
Can I just jump in? Can I just a quick question? Just a quick question. Was it right for them to abolish slavery?
Based on my belief, it was. Based on my belief, it was.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me answer that. To the people in the South, that their whole fucking business, their whole livelihood was based on having slaves, it wasn't right to them. That's bullshit. This is not right. This is the way we operate. This is the way we survive. Taking all of our work away, that's not right. So, was it right to me in my perspective? Of course it was, because men shouldn't be slaves. Was it right to all of those landowners, the many landowners that didn't treat their slaves like shit? Was it right to them that now all of their workers are being taken because of a new law? No, it wasn't right to them, but that was their perspective.
Get the smoke. I want to say that, like, it sounds like what you and Kat talking about is the quote unquote, like some people call it that. I've heard it called that, the absolute truth. That's what it sounds like y'all saying, right? That like there's a universal truth. But a lot of what we're discussing boils down to perspective. A lot of what we're discussing boils down to perspective, not an absolute truth. Like, look, there's a tree in front of my house, right? And a tree, by any other name, is still a tree. It's still there. Now, in English, it's a tree. In Spanish, it's an árbol. In some other fucking language, it's some other fucking word. But it's still there. That is an absolute truth. There is a fucking object in front of my house. That is an absolute truth. Is it a pretty tree? Well, it depends on who you ask. Depends on who you ask. And that's
my question was about, my question was, we were saying, do people have the right to impose their will on somebody else? And then when you're talking about slavery, so it's wrong for them to impose slavery, but is it wrong for them to abolish slavery? Since we're talking about people's ability to impose on other people, right? So should human beings have the right to enslave somebody? No, they shouldn't. Should human beings have the right to free someone from slavery? Sounds like you're saying no, they shouldn't.
No, I'm saying that based on my beliefs, I have a stance, but my beliefs are not everyone's beliefs, and that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. See,
my belief.
But when we say that, this is what people do. So is this what you're saying? So you saying you support that? So you saying that this? No, we're not fucking saying that. And you can give me the other side. You can give me the other perspective. We're not saying that we believe in that. No, we're not agreeing with that.
Agree to disagree.
That's fucking right, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, like what I'm saying is
But
real
you
simple.
just said, wait. Go ahead.
All right, let me just say what I'm gonna say. What I'm saying is,
okay,
I'm abiding by my beliefs. I'm abiding by mine. I'm acknowledging that there are other people that have different beliefs than me. And I'm also acknowledging that if our two beliefs should collide in a real life setting, that's where the problems begin. Because our beliefs are colliding with each other. We have opposing views on how we live. Ultimately, the battle's going to be won by the majority. Ultimately. That's just life. That's everything. That's everything. It don't matter what you believe. Motherfucker could believe some shit that's dead wrong and still win. The Saxons took over how much shit? The Romans took over how much shit? Marie Antoinette had motherfuckers starving for a long time before they took her out. It's procession. It's back and forth, and it goes in a cycle because everything is cyclical. So I'm saying my belief is X, Y, and Z. This is what I believe. And the only time we're going to have a problem is when your beliefs are imposing on my way of life. Now, we're talking about events that have long since, we're talking about historical events that have long since passed and have changed since then. So, no, it doesn't affect my way of life. But if you're asking me my perspective, if you want to know what I believe, no, I believe slavery is wrong. I believe it needs to be abolished. But I acknowledge that there are those out there that don't share my beliefs.
Aops, what question are you addressing that Smoke asked us that neither of us addressed? What question?
Get this Smoke.
Because I don't Smoke, did you ask us a question that you feel like we didn't address?
No.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is
man.
Smoke don't even know what question you talking about we didn't address. So what the hell?
They're on your ass today, bro. They're on your ass.
Yeah, I don't know. Because again, people get offended when you don't believe what they believe. People get offended when you don't see things the way they see things. People feel like you have to have the views that they have, and if you don't, you get this. And like I said, I invite all of this shit in. I don't mind doing this because I said something on last Sunday that a lot of people didn't like. I said something this Sunday that a lot of people didn't like, and I can guarantee you I'll say something next Sunday that a lot of people don't like because people don't have my perspective on things. And I can appreciate that, and I can respect that. The problem is people don't respect or appreciate my perspective. And that's cool too. That's cool too.
It's very entertaining, bro. And I was gonna say, man, I know what it feels like, bro, because a lot of people look at El Jefe like he's crazy, bro. Because I think the world is flat, bro. Like I've been trying to prove that the world is flat. So yeah, man. I understand where you're coming from, bro.
Yeah, man.
Can I add this? Because El Jefe feels the world is flat, right? He feel that way. He just told me that, right? You think I'm gonna lose sleep over that shit? No.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Because I want to answer everybody. He said Ring just answered it. What's your answer, D? What was that you just answered, Ring? Because I'll give him my perspective on it. I don't know.
I said the answer to the question is, do I think it was right? Do I, as an individual, think it was right to end slavery? The answer to that question, based on my beliefs, is yes. That's based on what I believe.
Yeah,
yes, you have to end it.
Me too, because I don't believe, because spiritually, I believe that God put us all here to be prosperous, joyous, and abundant. And if you're condemned to slavery, that's not why God put us here. So no, I don't agree with that or believe in that. No, if that's the answer you wanted, hell no, I don't believe in that.
So would you agree that sometimes it is necessary to impose your will on others?
No, despite the fact that I don't agree people should be enslaved, I don't agree that people can impose their will and tell people that they're wrong for doing it. No, I don't agree with that either. Because see, look, let me take this a little bit deep, and so maybe you guys can get an understanding of what's going on in my head and why I feel this way. Something else that I believe in is this, and I touched on it. I believe that God has given each one of us individually. I truly believe this, guys. This is how I live. I believe God has given each one of us individually the power to create in our own existence. Meaning, the way we want life to go, the things that we desire, we can all achieve that. We don't have to be around the things that we don't like. We don't have to experience or have come into our experience the things that we do not desire. If we do and live the way God told us to live, we have the power to create in our experience. So when I say that, no, I don't believe in slavery. No, I don't believe any man should be enslaved. I also don't believe that anyone has the right to impose their beliefs. Whether I agree with their beliefs or not, I don't feel like they have the right to impose their beliefs, because we all have the power to create in our own existence. So what each individual decides to do, or what they invite or create in their own experience, is up to each individual. So I can separate the two. I can.
The issue, I think, the practical issue that I see is that.
Hold on for a second, Smoke. Let Kat finish. Let her finish, and then I'll let you get next. Go ahead, Kat. Go ahead.
So you just said off of how God intended us to live, right? Off of whose Bible?
That's fair. The
Okay.
Judeo-Christian.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's talking about the Judeo. Yeah. I'm assuming he's talking about the Judeo-Christian Bible. But once again, that goes back to his individual belief, like my.
Yeah. Let me answer the question. You're right. You spot on, Julius. You spot on. That is the book. That is the book. But it's based on, Kat, my interpretation of what's in that book, not what any religion tells me that this is what this means, and that's what that means. So this is another place where people get lost, because they rely on a man in the cloth or a certain religious organization to tell them what the interpretations of that book is. So you may have, Kat, whatever religion you believe in, if you're a part of one, an interpretation of what that book tells you, and it doesn't equate with the way I believe what's in that book. You understand? So my ideas will still be totally different, but based on the same book that we're reading.
My point comes, and I guess I'm not sure if I'm being too clear on it, is when your beliefs harm another individual, there should be no question as to if it's right or if it's wrong, right? When there is a third party involved that is being hurt by your beliefs, there shouldn't be a, well, you know, that's what they believe, that's their society, we should just back off. And that's what I was trying to say. When it comes to like religion, when people say, well, we think this way, we think that way, that's a completely whole different story. We can discuss it. My point specifically, when you brought up like the boots on the ground, was when should we intervene, or if we should intervene at all, when there is a group, whether it's kids, whether it's women, where it's black men, white people, you know, whatever, when they are the ones that are getting hurt, then it is okay for us to jump in.
I got the answer to your question.
Hey, can I piggyback off it real quick? Real quick.
Let me answer her question.
Real quick, because I'm about to bounce after this. So what she just said, like, and that's the issue that I keep hearing, right? I know you guys, not you, D, but Ring said that America should clean up their country first. Well, if countries thought like that, like Winston Churchill or America when Hitler was, you know, killing millions of people, then Hitler would still be around, you know, because at the time that America was around, we had a lot of issues.
Okay,
way more than we do today.
Winston Churchill was a racist.
Hold on,
I'm not done. Let me finish.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, I get what you're saying. And now, like, Ring just cleared it up for me. I'm going to clean it up for him. I get what you're saying, bro. But Ring never said that, bro. And this is where people keep getting lost and talk about we're confused. This is where you guys are getting confused. He never said anything about that being justified, good, right, or wrong. The only thing he said is that we don't have the right to step in and demand this, bro. We don't.
Yeah, I'm not charging. I'm not charging you. Let me just say this. I'm not charging you.
My point was actually going to the heart of what you're saying, right? I think it seems that your philosophy, to me, it sounds like, is based on a adult's ability to make a decision for themselves. But if all of us who are parents of children, we know that we actually the child rearing process is mostly indoctrination.
It's not based on that, Smoke. So that
I want to address Kat's question, because you already, with the scenario that you presented, right? You and Unbiased, you brought up World War II, the Nazis. Do you know why we got involved? Because their way of life was going to be imposed upon us, and that's why we had to fight them. That's why we got involved. If we let these guys win and keep doing what they're doing to these people, they're going to become a world power, and we won't be able to stop them later. And they will impose their beliefs on us the way they imposed their beliefs on Germany, because the first country that the Nazis took over was Germany. They imposed their beliefs on the German populace, and they wanted to impose their beliefs on the whole world. That's why we got involved, because you were doing what we're saying. Hold on. You were doing what we're saying you shouldn't do. Do not impose your beliefs on other people, and there won't be a problem. The Nazis were trying to impose their beliefs on the world. That's what created a problem. Now, now hold on. Now let's take it. Let me answer Freddie, because I seen Freddie saying a lot of things in the comments. If you're talking about slavery, and that's the parallel that you want to use, you're affecting my reality with slavery. You're imposing your beliefs on me with slavery. Why? Because I don't believe that you should do that to people. You're affecting other people's lives. What Kat is kind of asking is, what's the green light to take action as soon as you start imposing your beliefs on other people? That's the green light to take action. You're taking away their choice. That is not your right. It's not your right. You want to live how you want to live, you can go ahead. But it's not your right to do that to somebody else. That's not your right. And that's the green light to get involved. So if you're telling me, okay, you see there's child labor and this, that going on in another country, I hate to say this, but get things in order in your own country first, because up until their way of life affects you, it is not your problem. You have to fix yourself first before you can help anybody else.
And this is a point of clarity. Right. So just to clean it up, right? Just some more context. The reason why we got into World War II was not Nazi Germany. It was actually because Japan attacked us, and Japan attacked us because we were starving them of oil. Right. So your overall point is still it's to me it's still served. Right. We were telling them what to do. We were over there starving them of a resource that they wanted. They came over here, attacked us. We joined the war that was already in process, and so did they.
Great. Cat, go ahead.
We already giving guns to, hold on, before Pearl Harbor, weren't we already giving guns to the French?
Yeah, but we didn't enter the war, right? We were definitely helping the war effort, but we ourselves hadn't declared war.
Hold on. Smoke, see, hold on for a second, Ring. That's the shit that I'm talking about, Smoke. I really want to get back to what Cat was saying, but that's the type of shit that drives it because it's really irrelevant. I swear to God that to me that's irrelevant if we start getting into that. Let's get back to what Cat was saying. Because I don't even want to drive into that, bro. Look at the road we get ready to go down with the Japanese and let's get back to the topic. That's just going to take us off topic. Go ahead, Kat, and say what you disagree on Julius.
Okay, so
back to the point. Fuck, man.
I don't think it's equivalent when you speak on the LGBTQ community trying to influence, or trying to normalize their way of life onto us, right? I don't think that's, them imposing. I just think it's more of representation, right? As far as what I brought up, there are situations like what happened in Rwanda where that didn't affect us whatsoever, but these motherfuckers were out here killing each other. And we decided too late to step in and help their citizens. So in situations like that, I think that not just the US, just us as a world population, it's not so much as us imposing our way of life onto people or saying, this is right, this is wrong. It's more of a compass, like a morality compass as far as certain things that affect everybody. When we talk about children, when we talk about women, and certain situations of people killed and stuff like that. But I don't necessarily think it's us imposing our way of life or dictating how other people should live. It's more of us as a society looking at a bigger picture and saying, hey, there is another way of life. It doesn't necessarily have to be this.
Let me ask you this, Pat. Let me ask you this. If, let's say, a country that actually sees the things that's going on here with our people, our African-American people, the lower class people in this country, a lot of the immigrants and minorities that come in this country, when these other countries around the world view the atrocities that's going on in America, what do you think they feel when America comes over and say, hey, we're going to tell you how to do this? When they're looking over and seeing all of this stuff America's doing, what do you think they feel? Do you think they feel the right that America has the right to come impose their will, whether it be right or wrong?
No, they shut us down, but that's everybody.
Hold on. Whether you morally agree or not, do you think that country feels America has the right to come tell them how to run their shit when they got all of the bullshit they're doing to their own people? You think they feel they have the right to do that?
No.
And should they?
No.
If you don't, and this is what Julius is saying, is how you going to be treating your people like that? And then come tell me that I have to treat my people this way. And then we say as Americans that our government has the right to do that with the way they treat us.
And I told you, and I said, why can't we multitask? Why can't we work within ourselves and also try to push a more positive narrative? And you said, no, we can't do that. But why can't we?
Because
I said I don't agree with them doing that because I feel like they need to stop shitting on us first. I didn't say they can't. I said I don't agree with that. My perspective is they have no right, and I don't agree with that. Stop shitting on me first. Then maybe I'll agree with you taking on that task when you stop shitting on me first. It's a problem with me feeling that way.
What I'm gonna say
no,
is
no, it's not a problem with you feeling that way. But what I'm saying is we can work on more than one issue. We have, racism we're dealing with. We have the LGBT issues. We have a whole bunch of shit that we're actually dealing with as we go. Is it gonna be better tomorrow? No, but that doesn't mean that we can add stuff to the list is what I'm saying. Now, what we prioritize, but listen, what we prioritize is a completely different story. That's when we have to sit down and say, okay, we should deal with this first, but that doesn't mean we need to kick this off the list. Do you see what I'm saying?
Pat, that's true. That's true. Mm-hmm. We do have the option to do that, but we don't have the right. This is the only thing I'll keep getting at. We don't have the right to do it. We have that option. We can multitask. We can address that and address it, but we don't have the right. The only thing we have the right to do. So we should only impose. Okay, go ahead. The only thing we have, our government has the right to do is to govern their country, to tell their country to impose will and laws on their country. That's the only thing they have the right to do. Not to impose it on anyone else, whether it's right or wrong, whether I believe in it or not. They don't have the right to do that, man. That's all I'm saying.
That's the problem with it is
we don't have the right at all. Oh, go ahead.
No, he's saying from his belief system, there is no right. I believe that there is also there's always natural law, right? So why there's a moral law that he's talking about and a belief system that he's adhering to, but there's also the idea that people take the right upon themselves to do it anyway. So that is the right that when you say that they don't have the right, they're actually exercising their right to do it. That's why it's being done.
They don't have the right, they have the force. Just like bring IQ.
Exactly.
But that's what I'm saying. That is the perspective of Mike being right.
It is a difference. They don't have the right. They're forcing their will.
That's it, bro. Can I say this? Can I get a word? Can I get this word?
Go ahead, Jay.
The idea of a right is a preordained idea, meaning something is empowering you to make this decision. When in reality, nothing is empowering you because you have a different belief system than everyone else. What you're doing is throwing your weight around. That's all you're doing. It's not a right. Who gave you that right? Based on what book? Based on what belief system? It might be a different belief system than somebody else. There is no right. That's a concept. The reality is you're exercising force to impose your will. And that sets a dangerous precedence. That's why the world is the way that it is. Because a lot of people are self-entitled and think they have the right to do this. So I got the right to do that. I got the right to tell you X, Y, and Z. No, you don't. What you have is a belief system that you think empowers you to do that. And you either have the force to implement it or not. America just so happens to have enough force to implement what we believe. But that doesn't make us right. We're not preordained by God or any creator to do half the shit we do. We just do it because we can. And that's the problem. It's too many men trying to be gods. You're not perfect. How you going to try to tell somebody else to be perfect?
Exactly, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, right. The issue is that what you're not recognizing is the right of might, right? Just like you were saying in your earlier metaphor, it's not a moral issue for the spider to eat the fly, but the spider actually has the right to do it, and he imposes his will on the fly regardless, because actually might is the right.
So you're saying that because you have the power to do something, you should do it. Right. That's what you're saying.
You said so.
I'm saying you have the power to do something, you can do it. Doesn't mean that you should do it, okay, right? But you can do it.
Let me get to this.
Real quick. This is what I'm talking about. This is what Smoke does. If you saying, Smoke, everything you just said, you still agree with Ring IQ and I. That's why I don't like you going down these fucking rabbit holes. Because you're saying might is right and all of that shit. But just because you have the might to do it, all of us are saying you don't have the right to go kick somebody's ass and tell them what to do just because you have the might. Might is right. You're coming all back around in this circle because you don't even believe that somebody, just because they have the power, have the right to go beat the shit out of somebody and tell them. You don't believe that, but you're just trying to justify it with these words. Might is right. Nah, bro, this is, again, let's not do this. That's why
you're misunderstanding, man, and you're not letting me. You listen. Just because you have a right doesn't mean you have to exercise it, and just because you have a right doesn't mean that I get to be. It doesn't mean that I think because I don't agree with what you're doing with your rights means that you don't actually have the right to do it. Sure, I don't, but I think that you should have a different kind of principle in order to come to an understanding between people.
Smoke.
But that doesn't but that actually doesn't negate whether or not other people can physically impose their will on you and then change a thing.
Smoke. And your example is simple. You're basically saying might is right. So if I'm wrong about this, then correct me. But if you're saying that might is right, basically you're saying if you can beat that dude up, you have the right to beat him up and take what you want because might is right. And I'm saying that just because you can beat that dude up, you don't have the fucking right to beat him up and take what you want just because that thing is available. No. It don't work like that. Just because you're stronger and bigger don't mean you have any fucking right to go beat him up and take what you want.
The problem, you know what the problem with the discussion that we're having is a discussion as to whether or not is a discussion as to whether or not it is preordained. Because when you say right, you are implying something that is preordained, that you are being empowered to do something, and there's no such thing, because what you believe in, somebody else does not believe in. So who's empowering you? You don't have that. What you have is force. You can apply force, and whether or not you have the power to impose your will, that's what's going to determine what happens. But as far as a right, no, you don't have a right. It's not your job. It's not my job to tell people in China whether or not they should eat dogs. I don't believe in it, but I don't run around telling them they shouldn't. That's their problem.
And history has fucking shown us that even with that might, none of those motherfuckers ever had the right because they were all toppled. They were all toppled. The Roman Empire, Hitler, they were all toppled. They had the might, but in the end, they were fucking dead ass wrong. They didn't have the right to impose their will. This is why they were all toppled. And history repeats itself. So don't fucking sit up here and tell me they got the right to do it. If they did, they would still be reigning today. Are they? Fuck no, they're not.
If the principle is,
because somebody with more might came and imposed their will.
The same will happen to America, bro. America's falling apart, man. We're just gonna be another Roman Empire, bro.
Hefe's not wrong. That's the part that Americans are not realizing. Hefe is literally not wrong. America will pay for its sins, and I'm scared of that. But it will pay for its sins in the near future, not the far future, the near future, because that's what they've been doing. They've been trying to monopolize the planet and acclimate it to their own beliefs and their own devices and their own way of life. And that is not your job. If this is your space, then stand in your square and be in your square. No, you want to go to the next person's square and tell them how they should stand in a square, and go to other people's squares and tell them how to. You can't do that. That's not your right. You are overextending yourself doing that, and you will be the architect of your own destruction doing that. Focus on yourself. Fix yourself. Heal yourself. And if you lead by example, other people will fall in line. But don't tell people what they got to do. That's not your job.
Look, I want to do this now. I'm going to start off. I'm going to go around the panel. El Jefe, get this smoke. Ring IQ Cat. El Jefe, I want you to start off. Give me your closing thoughts, and it could be about the LGBT, or people have the right, or the governments have the right. Whatever your closing thoughts are, bro. Give me some closing thoughts on this, because I'm at 4.5 hours. Damn.
Yeah, man. It was a great topic, bro. D. Jefferson, Power of the Mind, bro, is changing up the game, bro. 2020 year of the trendsetters, bro. But yeah, man, I just think people got to live their lives, bro. Stop focusing so much on other people, other countries, man, and just do what you think is right, bro. Life experience will change you. You'll learn from that, bro, and just live life, man, as positively as you think you're living it. Just live it, man, and let's get in touch back with nature, bro, because I think that's what humans. We've been so globalized, bro. We're so in touch with a plastic world that we're not getting in touch back with nature, which is just living, bro. Like in nature, all you care about is living, bro, and surviving, man. We got to go back to those instincts, bro, our animalistic instincts, bro. But at the same time, man, this is from my point of view. We should get back in touch with the word of God, which is the Bible. But that's just me, bro. But I'm out, man. I appreciate you for having me on.
All right, LFA, thanks, bro. I want to just thank you, dog, for coming up here and conducting yourself appropriately, bro. I appreciate that, really. I do. You always welcome As long as you act like this, dog, you always welcome.
Yeah, no problem, bro. It's just I need to sip on a little bit of lean, but I'm okay, man. It's all good. Peace.
That's what's up, dog. Get this smoke, my man. 20 grand. Give me some closing thoughts, fam. Smoke, get your mic right. Give me some closing thoughts. All right, Smoke is incognito. Cat, sis, give me some closing thoughts. I appreciate you all the time, Cat.
Look, man, at the end of the day, I understood the points that you guys were trying to make. My point was specifically stating that when do we jump in? When is it okay for us to impose when it's protecting another group of people that are being hurt in a particular situation? Because at the end of the day, you know, when you don't speak out on things, who's going to speak up for you when it's your turn? So that was my basis. I think at the end of the day, you know, we all come from different places. We all think certain ways. It's not the same. It's okay to have conversations and, you know, talk about things. It's okay to agree to disagree, but my thing is you can't agree to disagree when certain people are in harm's way. That was my point. There's no, oh yes, you know, it's okay when certain people are being hurt. That's not okay. That's never a conversation that you should, you know, be okay with or feel a certain way. So that's where I was coming from it. But I do agree, you know, at the end of the day, we all set our own rights. We all set our own wrongs. If, you know, your glass is, you know, your house is built of glass, you shouldn't necessarily be throwing stones. But again, you know, if you don't speak up, who is going to speak up for you when the time comes? So that was just my 2 cents.
Well said, sis. Always appreciate it. You know, you're always welcome. Just remember, this is motherfucking jungle, so you gotta get in where you fit in.
Peace. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right, Kat. I appreciate you. My man Jay, boy, you helped me out today, dog. Because you see, you eloquently, I really like you, Jay, because I have a decent vocabulary, right? I don't brag, but you're very eloquently spoken, bro. You can put things in perspective. You understand what I'm saying? So give me some closing thoughts, fam.
I'm going to say that everybody treated the subject that we were discussing, which is a big subject, bigger than every individual, as it pertains to them. So they gave examples as they pertain to them. One example was slavery, but slavery is an example of what I am against and what I'm saying. The slave owners imposed their way of life on who? The slaves. So this is what I'm telling you not to do. Do not impose your way of life on other people, and there will be harmony. But when you impose your way of life on other people, there's going to be problems. And it doesn't matter what example we use. It's going to be the same thing. Do not impose your way of life on other people. Live your own life. Do your own thing. No matter what example you give me from the annals of history, whenever someone tried to impose their way of life on someone else, it didn't work out and people got hurt. So cut that shit out, focus on yourself, build your own empire, make yourself better as you define being better, and don't hurt anybody else, and you'll be all right. Those are my closing thoughts.
Hey, I appreciate you, fam. You know, you're always welcome, dog. It's always a pleasure having you on the panel, you know. Appreciate you coming through. Get this smoke. Is your mic right, my dude?
Yeah, I hope so. You tell me.
Yeah, I hear you perfectly, bro. Give me
all right, cool. Closing thoughts. You know, I like these discussions. You know, these the round tables, the exchanging of perspectives. You know, each person, we have our own set of we have our own moral compass, to use a phrase that's come up several times, and our own ethical standards. But for, you know, as long as, to me, you're trying to do no harm, you're in line with at least my world vision. But yeah, I mean, people are born with rights to do whatever they want. There are natural rights, and, you know, we have to deal with the consequences of it. In the exercising these rights, I hope that people strive to be, more helpful than harmful, and be more interested in a communal mutual benefit versus is self-interest.
Well said, Smoke. Hey, I'm biased. I dropped the link in the chat, bro, because you was up here, your phone died. And I know that, a lot of times you like to clear up where you're coming from. So if you want to come up here real quick, unbiased, and give some closing thoughts, so you can just clear up what you were saying and your ideas, that's fine. But guys, I'm gonna say this right here. Again, as I always say, this is why I decided to do these lives, these Power of the Minds, and the same thing with Speak Your Mind Sports Talk live daily, okay? Because we need to have discussions like this. And even though these discussions may get heated, even though you guys may see veins popping out of DJ's neck, these discussions are valuable, right? Because, okay, there's unbiased. I'm gonna let you cook unbiased before I close the show out. Go ahead, fam.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say, man, good live, what I'm saying? Good conversation. And I wasn't coming at you at all at any point in this conversation. I know you felt that way. I was solely coming at the ideology of pedophilia. And I know it's in a lot of cultures, but even those cultures, that's why I posted that link in the chat. Even the cultures that you're referencing are now coming to the consensus that it's wrong. Child marriage at that age. Like a lot of the countries that it's predominant in are fighting against it. So it's not like they all are in agreement with that. So that's my only thing. And I wasn't.
Oh man, come back! I think you got cut off. You dropped some good shit there.
All right, hello.
Oh, there you back. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wasn't coming at you or Ring because we're all on the same page. I think we all had that same, idea that yes, that is wrong. You know what I'm saying? I was only coming at the just the ideology of it, and I wasn't saying that you guys were justifying it. I was only coming at the that one logic that Ring had about the justification of the world war, and that one example that I used. So, but that's about it. You know what I'm saying? It was a good debate, not debate, but good conversation. And that it's needed, man. These kind of topics, they're very controversial, and you know what I'm saying? So it's always going to, hit a nerve or, resonate and want people to talk about. So, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you for a good live. Shout out to all the panel members and everybody in the chat.
Appreciate you, bro. Always appreciate it. And our minds dropped some fire there. And I'm going to tell you guys, like during the week, the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk live daily, during, Monday through Friday, we get some heated discussions there. But I'm going to tell you guys, these Power of the Minds, they're always going to be like this, because all of these topics that I'm going to talk about on the Power of the Mind, remember, guys, let's keep in perspective. This is all about a mindset. That's why I always speak about perspective, because it's your mind that tells you if you're going to be angry at something, if you're going to be offended about something, if you're going to be happy about something. You take in this information and you decide how you're going to feel emotionally about whatever it is. A world issue, a national issue. It's all up to you how you're going to feel. It's all up to you what perspective you're going to have on that. And that's what these Power of the Mind conversations are about, because it's your mind. You have to view these things in a certain way that's rational. So when you hear my perspectives, when you hear Ring IQ perspectives, when you hear Cat's perspectives, Smoke, El Jefe, J Blues, and so forth, when you hear these perspectives, you can, sometimes you can arrive at a better way of thinking. And that's why we have these Power of the Mind episodes, bro, because it's all about the mind. It's all about the way you see things. It's all about the way we see things, guys. And like I said, truth, right or wrong, a lot of time comes down to perspective. So, guys, y'all know this is going to be a traditional thing. I want to affirmations, guys. I always want to say this at the end of every show. Remember that we only move forward when we learn to think forward. We must devise a plan to get us to where we truly desire to be. When we focus and give energy to the future and how we've planned it, when we focus on how things are and how things were, we remain the same. So don't focus on how things were. Don't focus on how things are. Devise a plan, guys. Focus on the future. Put your energy toward the future. That's the message. And I will read that every time. Y'all know how I always end this thing. I ain't ending it like that. I'm out. Peace.